Tes.
Hadirin dan hadirat sekalian, mohon semua bersedia dan mengambil tempat masing-masing. Sesi pembentangan akan bermula sebentar lagi. Dimohon semua hadirin untuk mengisi senarai kehadiran dengan mengimbas kod QR yang dipaparkan atau boleh mendapatkan pautan di ruangan komen siaran langsung YouTube. Majlis akan diteruskan lagi dengan sesi pembentangan. Dengan itu, saya serahkan majlis ini kepada Tuan Moderator, Encik Abdul Rahim bin Ismail untuk meneruskan sesi pada hari ini. Dengan segala hormatnya, dipersilakan.
Terima kasih Puan Rustia. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi and very good morning to everyone. This is the second day of the convention, Kimia 2021, Team Beyond Expectation, melangkaui sangkaan. Yesterday we have 8 presenters on the different topics. So today we have another 10 presenters which is talking about various topic, discipline. So, as you know, this convention is proposed by Kimia Malaysia as well as FSSM, Forensic Science Society of Malaysia. I think everybody knows about Kimia Malaysia, but for FSSM, I think not all of us know the existence of FSSM. So I think I will give some introduction on FSSM. So FSSM was established in 2009 and now it's headed by Dr. Yu Chong Hui. So without further delay, today the presentation will be started by Dr. Noratini binti Ishaq with the title of her presentation, Perbandingan Jarak Genetik Rusa Timorensis di Perak dan Pahang, or in English, Genetic Distance Comparison of Rusa Timorensis in Perak and Pahang. This is very exciting title indeed. So without further delay, I pass to the first presenter, Dr. Noratini binti Ishaq.
Okay, thank you so much to the moderator, Encik Rahim. Assalamualaikum and very good morning to everybody. Okay, I'm Noratini Ishaq from Industry and Custom Tariff Analysis Center under Bahagian Halal Analysis Halal Division. So today I would like to share my studies on genetic distance comparison that I have conducted on Rusa Timorensis in Perak and Pahang. So before I further my slide for information, before this Rusa Timorensis is a wild type animal, but after we explore and then we have economic benefit. So last 2 years, Rusa Timorensis been imported to Malaysia by veterinary department to farm them. And then now, Rusa Timorensis is no longer a wild type animal, but it's a farm type animal because Rusa Timorensis have a demand in the market. So now I continue. Okay, why we doing why I doing this analysis? Because deer or Rusa Timorensis, okay, before this you can, if you read journal, some of the journal before this they say Cervus Timorensis, but after a few years they revised and then they call as Rusa Timorensis. Okay, while we are doing studies on Rusa because before this is wild type species protection from the government of Malaysia, but then this one only Rusa unicolor. Unicolor or normal name is a samba deer. Okay, what the second reason why we doing this study because deer have a high protein content, that's fat and calorie, and then this is good for those persons who want to reduce their weight. Okay, maybe you can change your eating habit from taking cow to deer, but then the price of deer quite expensive right now. So the skin decoration, it can do decoration and the velvet high demand of medicine. The velvet high demand in the medicine, especially in China, they have a demand there. Okay, this one they concentrate on Rusa Timorensis. The third one, high demand from the hotel and exotic meat lover. Okay, because Rusa timorensis already a farm type animal. For moment, we not market the meat in locally. So most of the breeder have export the meat overseas. The exotic meat lover is especially for those who like to eat rusa sambal. But this one mostly sambal dia is come from Borneo. Okay, and then it's under protections of government Malaysia. But then for those who are taking sambal dia or unicolor and then you've been caught, you can be you give fine. Okay, so beside high demand from hotel, the exotic meat lover, dia meat also been smuggled and then illegal hunting and the frog meat. This one especially for rusa unicolor and rusa timorensis. Okay, as I told you before, before this, rusa timorensis was a wild type. Now it's a farm type. Okay. Okay, objective of the study, we want to authenticate the originality of the deer meat that openly sold at the lower rate, including in the pet market. Okay, actually, the deer meat very expensive because the less content of fat, you know, it's good for those who want to reduce the weight. Okay, but the thing is nowadays, the market very intelligent. We think that we are intelligent, but they're more intelligent than us, which is the physically, the deer meat, if you go for morphology, is similar to the cow meat. Okay, so they substitute the deer meat to the cow meat, and then they frozen. When they're frozen, you can differentiate through your naked eye. So that's why we're doing the molecular technique to identify. Okay, and then we want to develop the genetic information, percentage of the deer that potential for breeding. Okay, even though we import the breed from Australia last 2 years, but now we cannot import anymore. That's why the demand and the supply, the demand for the market and very high. So the breeder cannot supply. So that's why the study was coming in, which is we want to know which of the population of the deer that can give you a good genetic information. So we try to breed them. Okay, we want to make sure that the population was continuous. Okay, and then we want to assist in the prevention of low quality deer meat fraud. The low meat quality actively be in the business that create serious legal, medical legal, and turning the Malaysian export activities. Okay, as a consumer, of course, we would like to look after the cheaper compared the higher price, but sometimes the higher price will give you a good value. Okay, so this is the procedure that I do during my study. As a simple one, I think for those in the molecular field, they understand, and then I think for the chemists also understand. Very simple and straightforward analysis. First, I do extraction, PCR, polymerase chain reaction, and then I purify, do cycle sequencing, purify the cycle sequencing, and last is sequencing and assay. Why I'm doing the sequencing assay is because I want to get the sequence of the DNA and to ensure that the timorensis that I get from the breeder is 100% or more than 95% maximum identification of rusa timorensis. Okay, before this, we do morphology. Okay, this is the DNA workflow. You can see we have specimen, you know, photograph, and there is a lot taking a lengthy time. So now we have a modern technology, it's simple and very straightforward. You get the tissues, extract the DNA, put the thermocycler, and then do the sequencing. Okay, but then as you know, the DNA very expensive, but it can give you a good result. Okay, for polymerase chain reaction, I use cytochrome gene 358 base pair. Okay, I get my sample from Perak and Pahang. Okay, for a moment, I only have 3 individuals each of the state. And then after I get the band from the PCR, I do sequencing, and then I do genetic distance comparison between Pahang and Perak. So if you can see here, I don't know, I can show, okay, this is the genetic distance. The smaller number is better. It shows that the relationship, intra-specific relationship between these two individuals is closer, and that is good for breeding. Okay. For to calculate the genetic distance, I use Mega version 7. Why are you using that? Because it's a free download. If we get money, maybe we can buy stock. Okay. So for this one, if you go to the genetic distance comparison, you can there are a lot of the calculation formula. So for this one, because I want to see the intra-specific relationship between these two individuals, so I use Tamurani calculation. You can choose Kimura. So maybe you can download Mega version 7 in your PC, and then for the, this one for genetic statistics, because genetic statistics, we also can use SPSS, but then you have to buy. So our choice is a free is better. Okay. So so here between Pahang and Pahang, of course, the intra-specific relationship more closer because they in a one population, one farm. Okay. If you see between Pahang and Tanjung Malim, the genetic distance quite far. So the intra-specific relationship means that very far. That's not good. Okay, because the geographic area where I go to Pilot Pahang, the farm was situated at the very cool area, mounted, you know, compared to Tanjung Malim. It's very normal farm. Okay, so from the genetic distance, I construct a genetic phylogenetic tree. Why I construct the genetic phylogenetic tree? Because I want to see how many percent the closest of the relationship. Okay. For your information, if you compare between Timorensis and Sambadia, we call inter-specific relationship because different species. But you compare between same species meaning that Timorensis and Timorensis we call as intra-specific relationship. So if you can see here from the genetic phylogenetic tree that I construct using genetic instant comparison between Tanjung Malim itself, the percentage of relationship is 63. Meanwhile, for Biluk Pahang, the percentage of genetic the percentage of relationship between the individual is 100%. So I can conclude here or assuming here, Biluk Pahang, Rusa Timorensis Biluk Pahang is the suitable individuals of Rusa Timorensis that we can use as a mother to breed between Timorensis from with other states. So, for example, you can breed the Indo of the Timorensis from Biluk Pahang, go to Perak, go to Kedua, go to Kelantan and breed to generate new generation. That's why important the phylogenetic tree. Okay. Instead of the good of genetic phylogenetic tree is you can do a population study. But as I told you, my data is only total up 3 from Perak and 3 from Pahang. So it's not enough to do the population study. I need more sample from the breeder. Okay. So that's a good from the sequence DNA analysis that you construct, that you perform in your sample, you can construct the genetic distance. How close is your relationship, and from there you can choose which one of the individual in the state between Perak and Pahang can be used as a tool to breed a new generation. Okay, okay, this one the sequence of DNA. This one after I blast with NCBI is a common and universal website that you can blast. Okay, as I show you two different individuals of Timorensis, but they have different sequence of DNA. Okay, even though they are from same species, from same family, but the DNA each of the individual is different. And then from the sequence analysis, sequence DNA that I get, and then I do the maximum identification. It's a 94. It should be in our SOP 17025. We must get 95 and above. This one, after I go through my sequence, 94%, it might be there are some deletions in the sequence. That's why it gives you the 63% of relationship. Okay, so from the sequence of DNA that you get, it related to your genetic distance and also your phylogenetic tree. Okay, so as a conclusion, sequencing essay is good, which you can do for your population. You can do a phylogenetic tree, and then you can compute your P distance. Okay, for population, there are other methods we can use for microsatellite, but I'm still in study of that. Okay, for a moment, my study is only stop in here, phylogenetic tree. So when you go to the mega, first you have to sequence. You can see the same DNA we give color. For different A, T, this one might be something, the difference of DNA. Okay, so I don't know, are you can see or not? This is the file, how you want to construct the genetic distance. Okay, everything was in the Mega 7. Okay, then you can get this. From this, you can get the phylogenetic tree. Okay, sometimes the in phylogenetic tree in our core business still don't have request from the customer. Maybe for my lab, it's only want to identify, is that a Rusa timorensis, is that a cow or beef? That's it. Okay, so sorry, my slide been covered with this thing. Okay, as a conclusion, my study is we want to know a new breed, cut the enforcement. Okay, as you know, our lab is under bahagian analysis halal, has been involved in various public interest case, and then the new cases is cartel. Okay, even though it's not related to my study, Rusa, but then still they said that some of the meat they found a deer in the pot as well as it believed to be a claw of a tiger. This one is one of from the Pihilitan. So Malaysian cartel alleges sold fake meat, halal meat to Muslim for 40 years. This one I just want to highlight to everybody that instead of PCR that we have a common cow, beef, pork, chicken, duck, we have to proceed our analysis to sequencing assay to ensure the originality of the meat that's sending by the enforcement agency. Okay. Okay, this is of the cases. You can see here. Okay, venison is a Rusa. Okay, because we get a common name venison. So after it been packed like this, you can see either this one is cow meat, buffalo meat, you know. So the last task is do DNA, unless they're selling the head of the Rusa is easy to identify, but then still you have to identify what kinds of families the species of. Okay. Okay. This one of the cases that involve Rusa. Okay. So thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Tini, for her presentation, for the insight on the study of distance comparison of different gear from Pahang and Perak. So, I open to the audience, listeners, who have any question. So, I think I only give one question for Dr. Tini. If you have further question for her, I think you can email her. I think she's showing her email address now.
My email is in the first slide. I don't know how to do this. Okay, this is my email. Okay, you can anybody can contact me, but this one we also have general email halal@gmail.gov.my if you want to asking more than that. We are happy to receive a question from all of you.
Any question from audience? If there's none, then again, we'd like to thank Dr. Tini for her insight on her study. So we wish her best.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks again, Dr. Tini. So we go to the next presentation, which is from Puan Yusra Limuna binti Nordin. The title would be Kemampuan Assuransia Polai 0157 untuk membiak di dalam suhu pada pelbagai suhu penyimpanan. Simulation on the survival of Assuransia Polai 0157 in milk at different storage temperature. So I pass this session to her.
Assalamualaikum. Dengar ke?
Yes, Puan.
Jelas
Jelas.
Alright. Okay, thank you moderator. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh and a very good morning. I'm Yusra Limuna Nordin, Science Officer working in Biology Section at Jabatan Kimia Malaysia Negeri Johor. So today I would like to share my presentation on the simulation on the survival of Escherichia coli 0157 in milk at different storage temperature. So to begin with, I would like to define this term. Raw milk is milk fresh from the mammary secretion of healthy dairy animal and being kept cold. It is unprocessed milk. There's no heat, no irradiation, or any other treatment. Pasteurized milk is heat-treated milk by using holding method, which the temperature of the milk being raised up to 63 degrees Celsius for 30 minutes, or high temperature short time method, which the temperature of the milk being increased up to 73 degrees Celsius for 15 seconds and then being rapidly reduced to 4 degrees Celsius. This pasteurization temperature was set based on the destructions of pathogenic microbacterium. So here is a little bit background about E. coli 0157. This bacterium was first recognized as a foodborne pathogen since its emergence in 1982 and therefore have gained public health concern. Since 1982, there were about 16 documented outbreaks due to E. coli 0157 associated with consumptions of raw milk and ground beef. Most E. coli strains are non-pathogenic, but this E. coli 0157 is identified as most prevalent strain within the Shiga toxin producing E. coli, which means it possesses high virulence. and this has been a major concern to the milk industry. So this pathogen can cause various diseases from watery to bloody diarrhea, which include a fatal disease, hemolytic uremic syndrome. HUS is a condition that affects blood and blood vessel, which lead to kidney damage. And this disease can cause death, especially to the susceptible group of elderly, infant, pregnant women, and immunocompromised patients. So the presence of E. coli 157 in milk present a potential risk and raise a significant concern to all, from the milk industry people up to the consumer. So in addition, E. coli can be inactivated by heat treatment, or known term as pasteurization. Their presence in pasteurized milk are usually result from the post-pasteurization contamination or during the milk storage. So post-pasteurization contamination means it can come from the milking equipment that not being clean, not properly maintained, and the left milk residue that can allow the growth of this pathogen. While for the milk storage, according to food standard Australia, New Zealand, the standard regulation for raw milk storage at the start of milking is at 5 degrees Celsius. And by just increase up to 8 degrees Celsius, some strains of E. coli 157 can increase up to 2 to 3 log CFU per ml. Right? So now I'm presenting the problem statement for this study. In order to control the foodborne pathogen in milk, it is important for us to understand the pathogen behavior in the milk. There is limited data on the growth of E. coli 157 in our locally produced milk. Most of the previous study are focusing on the changes in the growth of E. coli 157 in cow milk. Additionally, this study will also monitor the growth of E. coli in goat milk. This study will also explore if both the cow and goat milk has any inhibitory effect to this pathogen. And last but not least, this study also will investigate the effect of pasteurization on the E. coli 157 growth in milk. It is beneficial to know the survival and growth of E. coli 157 in milk to reduce its potential as a milk-borne disease agent. So, the objective for my study is to determine the effect of different storage temperature on the survival of E. coli 157, particularly strain American type culture collection for 3888 in milk. Two storage temperature has been selected, which is at the ambient temperature of about 32 degrees Celsius and at the refrigerated temperature at 5 degrees Celsius. So moving on to the method, for milk sampling, cow and goat milk have been collected. I have collected the milk from the local farm in Selangor. Noted that the raw and pasteurized milk were obtained from the same place, from the same farm, as I would like to assess if the pasteurization would give any impact to the growth of E. coli in milk. So how did I do that? Initially, pure culture of E. coli 157, ATCC 43888 was revived from the glycerol stock. An amount of 2 ml of E. coli 157 being pipetted into the milk. The inoculated milk sample then will be incubated at the refrigerated temperature and also at the ambient temperature for 2, 4, 6, 8, and 24 hours. Once incubated, the milk, the pH of the milk will be recorded and followed with a serial dilution on the selective agar of promega, and finally incubate them at 37 degrees Celsius and proceed with total bacterial count after 24 hours of incubation. So this is the result for this study. So this x-axis here is the incubation time. The y-axis here is the E. coli 157 count. And the different color here is the different type of milk. Okay, this graph is showing the growth of E. coli 0157 ATCC 43888 in milk sample at the refrigerated temperature. So from here, you can see that E. coli 0157 growth are relatively stable, and there is no significant increase in the mean count of E. coli over 24 hours of incubation. And also there is only small drop of pH being recorded. Right. This second graph is showing the growth of E. coli 157, ATCC 43888 in milk sample at the ambient temperature. So from here, we can see that the E. coli 157 growth are continually increased throughout 24 hours of incubation. The mean count of E. coli 157 show increases at 4 hours of incubation time, and they all reach about 7 log 10 CFU per ml at the 6 hours of incubation. So this trend is followed with the progressive decrease in the pH. So it is essential to monitor the pH, as pH also indicate the pathogenic growth, the pathogen growth. So just to recap, at the refrigerated temperature, the pH remains stable, which parallel with the E. coli 157 growth, while at the ambient temperature, the pH keep decreasing towards acidic as the growth of E. coli 157 keep increasing. So now we move on to the discussion. So from this study, I find out that E. coli 157 ATCC 43888 can grow in the refrigerated temperature. This is, however, contrast by study performed by Wang and team, which they find out that E. coli 157 show no growth or decrease in the population at 5 degrees Celsius. So the ability to grow at low temperature is influenced by the inherent genetic mechanism, which allow E. coli 157 to survive at low temperature comparing to the non-pathogenic E. coli. While at the ambient temperature, all E. coli able to survive well, which consistent with the previous study. Okay, also this study also showed that E. coli 157 can grow in acidic environment, which up to pH 5 from this study. This shows that E. coli 157 able to facilitate its adaptation in the stress environment. And this is contributed by the repertoire of gene that resistant against variety stressor, including acidic environment. This is also the reason how the E. coli 157 able to grow in milk product, such yogurt and cheese that is like acidic in nature. Right. Raw and pasteurized milk of both cow and goat milk show same growth pattern. There is no significant difference in the survival or growth of E. coli 157 observed in raw and pasteurized milk of the cow and goat milk. Or in other words, similar growth behavior were observed in all types of milk. This is parallel with study performed by Abu and team that find out that the inhibitory pattern in raw and pasteurized milk are almost the same. However, this is contrast study performed by Al-Halfi, by which they observed that at the ambient temperature of about 20 degrees Celsius, there is low survival of E. coli 0157 in raw milk compared to the pasteurized milk. Why? This is because the pasteurized milk is heat-treated milk, and the heating process will destroy the lysozyme, which lysozyme is the inhibitory properties for the raw milk. So we come to the conclusion of this study. From this simulation study, E. coli 157 strain ATCC 43888 able to grow in the refrigerated temperature, which make its presence in milk as hazard, as the bacteria able to grow and proliferate under the refrigerated temperature. So this has again emphasized the need to drink milk that has been pasteurized. Proper pasteurization can prevent the growth of the pathogenic bacteria, and avoiding the post-pasteurization contamination is essential in order to ensure the safety and quality of the milk. So beforehand, I would like to acknowledge this grant that enabled me to perform my study. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks, Puan Yusra Limuna for presentation. So we do have ample time for Q&A because we still have time for session. So I open up the floor for any listeners, audience who has questions. You can post to her, or maybe you can put it in the chat box to YouTube message. Is there any? Anyone? You have any question? If there's no question, then
Assalamualaikum.
yeah, no question.
Jamadi Encik Rahim.
Yeah, Tuan. Silakan, Tuan.
May I know what amount E. coli considered harmful to human?
E. coli can cause disease only a small amount. But like this study, I use 10 to the power of 6 CFU per ml. A small amount already, it can cause disease.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Cik Jamadi. For the question. Okay. I think we don't have any more question for her. So again, we would like to thank Puan Yusra binti Nordin insight on the study of the survival of Syria coli and the study on this topic. So we have another two more.
Hello.
We have another two more presenters before we go to the break. We'll break at 9:55 for 20 minutes. So for the next presentation will be from Encik Muhammad Firdaus bin Ramli from Domestic Division Center. With title of presentation penentuan kapsaicin, dihydrokapsaicin dan niacinamide dalam serbuk chili dan tentu lada komersial menggunakan chromatographicus spectrometer jisim or combination of capsaicin, dihydrokapsaicin and non-niacinamide in commercial chili powder and pepper spray by using gas chromatography mass spectrometer. So I pass this session to him. Silakan Cik Muhammad Firdaus.
Ya, Assalamualaikum and very good morning to all. First of all, saya nak ucapkan terima kasih kepada pihak penganjur kerana beri peluang untuk saya berkongsi ilmu kepada anda semua pada pagi ini. Saya juga nak terima kasih kepada pengarah bahagian saya, Encik Saiful Fazamil, kerana beri kepercayaan saya untuk menjalankan analisis dan eksperimen ini dan juga kepada rakan-rakan yang membantulah, terutamanya Encik Syarif, Encik Rafai, Encik Alfi dan Encik Aidilah. Nama saya Muhammad Firdaus bin Ramli dari bahagian kriminalistik. Saya ingin berkongsilah dengan anda semua satu pembentangan bertajuk Determinations of Capsaicin, Dihydrocapsaicin and Novinamide in Commercial Chili Powder and Pepper Spray using Gas Chromatography with Mass Spectroscopy ataupun GCMS. This is my table of content. Apa yang saya akan cerita ni, first of all, I will give a brief introduction on the topic of capsaicin and capsaicinoid, and then a bit on the principle of test method, then the standard reagent and varieties using the experiment, and then on a bit on the sample preparations of the commercial chili pepper and pepper spray, and then on analysis, and lastly on result and discussion. Okay, kenapa kita develop this method? Sebenarnya pada tahun 2018, Criminalistic Division, kami punya bahagian terima satu kes daripada Balai Polis Kota Baru yang meminta untuk analisis satu bahan berwarna jingga yang dipercayai paper lah. Disebabkan kes ini, kita rasakan perlulah satu standard test method must be developed to cater these cases and any new cases that might occur in future. Because even though dekat Malaysia ni jarang berlaku kes ni, tapi dekat luar negara memang method ni dah established and memang selalu berlaku lah, terutamanya kes pepper spray. Dan sebelum tu juga kita ada terima miscellaneous cases that involve curry powder lah, tapi untuk curry powder bila kita buat analisis kita akan dapat curcumin lah, memang tak dapat lah capsaicin. Okay, ni kat bawah tu saya ada screenshot dia punya laporan polis 31 punya untuk kes ni punya cerita lah. Macam mana serangan berlaku, dia kata tidak, sebenarnya Noni telah menolak saya dan anak-anak saya dalam masa yang sama. Noni telah melemparkan bungkusan plastik yang berisi serbuk lada yang telah dihancurkan ke muka anak saya dan kena pada bahagian kedua-dua belah mata dan bahagian kain tudung isteri, dan saya sendiri kena di atas belakang lah. Kemudian saya bawa anak saya ke hospital. Ni apa yang berlaku lah. So, kes ni bukan saya ambil sebab masa tu saya memang senior chemist lah ambil. Ni dia punya keputusan lah. Dia kata setelah analisis dapati kesan bahan asing oren pada baju. Ni baju ada nampak kesan oren kan. Selendang dan tudung H3 mengandungi capsaicin dan nonivermide yang biasanya ditemui dalam lada. Itu punya result. So, apa tu capsaicin, saya akan cerita sikit lah. Apa itu capsaicin and capsaicinoid. Okay, cili atau lada ni termasuk dalam satu keluarga tumbuhan yang dikenali sebagai capsicum. And then dalam capsicum ni terdapat capsaicinoid yang merupakan non-volatile alkaloid. 80 hingga 90% capsaicinoid dalam cili merupakan capsaicin dan dihydrocapsaicin lah. Okay, sebenarnya kalau kita nak tahu rasa pedas daripada cili tu sebenarnya datang daripada active compound ni lah, capsaicin yang merupakan komponen paling besar dalam capsaicinoid lah. Okey, kadar kepedasan sesuatu cili ni kita akan ukur guna Scoville heat unit berdasarkan kandungan capsaicin dalam sesuatu cili lah. Okey, kalau zaman dulu apa dia buat, ini saya cerita lah untuk general knowledge lah. Apa dia buat, cili tu dia dilute dengan air dan gula. Dia akan ada tester lah, tester ni tukang rasa ni. Untuk rasa kepedasan sesuatu cili tu, berapa kali dia dilute tu adalah dia punya Scoville heat unit. Okay. Untuk cili padi yang biasa kita guna tu adalah 100,000 unit Scoville heat unit lah. Kalau untuk pure capsaicin, dia punya kepedasan adalah 16 juta. Kalau untuk pepper spray antara 2 hingga 5 juta. So boleh bayangkanlah kalau kita kena serangan, kena pepper spray tu memang agak teruk lah. Bayangkan 100,000 kalau kita makan cili padi tu dah sakit, kalau kena kat biji mata 2 hingga 5 juta memang agak teruk lah. In fact kalau ada kat US, setengah state dekat US tu dia cakap pepper spray ni sebagai lethal weapon lah, dia classify sebagai lethal weapon. Contoh dekat Pennsylvania, Pennsylvania dekat US. Okay, sedikit principle of test method. Okay, dalam kes serangan, kadang-kadang sebut cili ataupun penyembuh lada di komersial digunakan untuk melumpuhkan mangsa sebelum serangan dilakukan. Therefore, sisa-sisa tersebut kemungkinan dijumpai di tempat kejadian ataupun pada pakaian dan peribadi mangsa dan boleh menjadi bukti forensik yang penting lah. Capsaicinoid adalah bahan aktif atau ejen perengsa yang biasanya terkandung dalam cili atau lada lah, masa saya cakap tadi. Okay, objective analysis ni kita nak buat detection of capsaicinoid in chili powder and pepper spray using gas chromatography with mass spectroscopy. Macam saya cakap tadi, sebenarnya test method ni telah memang established dekat luar negara lah, tapi dekat Malaysia kita baru buat lah sebab kita terima kes pada tahun 2018. Okay, apa yang kita buat flowchartnya, pertama bila commercial chili powder and pepper spray, kita dilute extract guna methanol dan lastly kita run guna GCMS lah. Ini commercial chili powder yang memang saya beli dekat supermarket lah. Ada 5 jenis. Ada chili powder Rosby, sebut cili api A1, Mak Siti, Faiza dengan Babas lah. Untuk commercial pepper spray pun saya beli online, Peace Ultra dan JA Pepper Spray. Okay, ni simple preparation. Chili powder tadi kita letak dalam test tube dan kita mix with methanol. And then we filter using PTFE 0.45 ml pour size. And then we place to 2 ml screw cap vial. And then we run to GCMS lah. And then for pepper spray sample, we do the same thing, but the sample was spray onto cotton wool. Yang pepper spray tadi kita spray on cotton wool. And then the wool was extracted by methanol. And then we filter with 0.45 ml PTFE for size, and then place into 2 ml screw cap vial, and then kita run to GCMS juga. Okay, ini adalah standard reagent and apparatus kita guna. Standard kita guna reference material capsaicin, and then reagent methanol, apparatus test tube, 5 ml disposable syringe, PTFE filter, screw cap vial, and then GCMS lah untuk dia punya instrument. Okay, untuk GCMS analysis, standard capsaicin kita guna certified reference material. Kita dilute with 0.1 methanol solution and analyze using GCMS lah. Untuk sample, 2 microliter of the solution was injected into the GCMS, and then the identifications of capsaicin, dihydrocapsaicin and novenamide is based on the matching retention time and max spec of unknown extract and the standard lah. Dekat bahagian chemistry kita tak buat qualitative analysis, kita hanya quantitative analysis. Jadi kita hanya buat qualitative analysis lah. So kita hanya compare berdasarkan chromatogram lah, kat mana retention time naik semua tu. Tapi GCMS ada library, so memang akan keluar lah dekat mana capsaicin, dihydrocapsaicin dan nonirbamide. So ni ion source nya. Ni from the journal. Okay, instrumentation parameter instrument was set according to manufacturer instruction, and then the following parameter was set and system was stabilized. So column kita guna dB5ms, injector temperature 250 darjah Celsius, oven temperature initial 150 sampai final 250, rate dekat 1.6 ml per minute, dan kita guna speed mode, dan speed flow 8 ml per minute. Carry gas dengan helium lah, ion range between 40 to 500. Okay, ini chromatogram standard yang kita inject dalam GCMS, and then kita boleh tengoklah bentuk chromatogram dia, and then capsaicin, dihydrocapsaicin dengan novenamide kita dapat detail lah dalam satu standard tu. Memang dah ada 3 tipe ni, sebab ni memang major compound capsaicin dengan dihydrocapsaicin. So standard capsaicin kita boleh tengok dekat retention time 5.696 keluar novenamide, 5.849 minit keluar capsaicin, dengan 5.925 ada dihydrocapsaicin lah. So kelima-lima commercial chili powder tadi kita dilute with methanol, and then kita run through GCMS, and then kita find out that capsaicin, dihydrocapsaicin were detected in all 5 samples of chili powder, but novenamide was only detected on sample C3 lah tadi, chili Mak Siti. So Mak Siti jadi novenamide. Novenamide ni actually kita boleh dia boleh synthesize secara sintetik lah. So maybe dia campurkan extra untuk dapat lebih pedas maybe. For the commercial pepper spray, capsaicin, dihydrocapsaicin and nonirbamide were detected in sample P1, whereas nonirbamide was only detected in sample P2. Ini depend on the manufacturer. Maybe yang P2 tadi, JC Ultra tadi, JC tadi, maybe dia guna synthesize novenamide and guna 100%. Boleh jadilah. Atau yang P1 tu maybe dia extract daripada capsaicin. Okay, hence this method can be used for detection of capsaicinoid untuk detection of capsaicin, dihydrocapsaicin and novenamide in sort cases lah. So kita boleh gunalah method ni, sebenarnya method ni memang dah established. Dan saya test semula guna commercial chili powder and commercial pepper spray untuk tengok boleh tak kita detect guna method tu lah, dan kita dapat lah. Dan method ni pun kita telah gunakan di Jabatan Kimia lah, C038. Okay, kalau ada apa-apa soalan berkenaan topik ni boleh email saya lah di kimia.gov.my.
Thank you, Firdaus. You have finished your presentation. Okay. Thanks for your presentation. Actually, we do have ample time here because for schedule we should end by 9:30 for her presentation, for his presentation. But we still have 8 more minutes. So I think we have quite a number of questions from audience, listeners. If you'd like to ask Firdaus with regard to his study on capsaicin. Do you have any question? Maybe I can start the ball rolling by asking one question. Firdaus, boleh ya? Boleh. Okay. Ada sebarang jenis spray lain tak yang mempunyai active ingredient yang berbeza daripada capsaicin yang you mention dalam presentation?
From my reading, memang adalah sebab oleic capsaicin itu macam minyak lah, minyak cili. Ini ada yang macam saya cakap tu memang guna pure niacinamide atau palva lah dia panggil. Memang ada yang pakai tu pure, dan ada yang pakai ekstrak guna cili. Dua tu lah setakat ni. Tapi ada juga yang guna daripada, selain daripada capsaicin, dia ada guna bahan-bahan pedas yang lain lah. Untuk manufacturers.
Ada nama active ingredient tak?
Yang lain tu saya kurang pasti. Tapi memang reading tu memang ada lah.
My second question is on whether do you have any intention to further your study to measure the concentration of the capsaicin, because currently you are saying you only do qualitative. Are you going to do further analysis and do quantitation on this study? Do you have any intention to do that?
Ada. Actually kita masa saya buat eksperimen tu, saya do on different concentration. Saya juga tengoklah dekat mana concentration mana yang boleh detect. Then setelah kita banyak lagi eksperimen kita boleh jalankan lah sebenarnya, tapi saya tak report lah. Dan satu lagi macam cili tapi biasa orang pakai tu untuk masakan tu cili giling cili giling pun saya ada buat hari tu, tapi dia macam tak berapa stable. So kita akan further buat analysis on that lah, sebab itu salah satu yang biasa boleh senang dapat kat rumah. So boleh jadi in future kita dapatlah daripada serangan daripada cili giling ke kan. So kita must be ready before the actual cases.
Bersesuaian dengan tema kita beyond expectation.
Betul. Kita get ready lah.
That's good, excellent. We have another 5 minutes for this session. If any more question from YouTube or from chat box, do you have any? Okay, I think we'd like to thank Cik Firdaus for his study, and we would like to say good luck for furthering his study on this topic. So we're going to another presentation. It's going to be a last presentation before we go for short break. The next presentation will be from Puan Munira binti Abdul Ghani with the topic potensi pencemaran kubahan dari hilir sungai kepada kawasan marine, kajian kes Sungai Linggi Malaysia, potential sewage input from downstream rivers towards marine environment, a case study of Linggi River, Malaysia. Without further delay, I pass this session to Puan Munira. Silakan Puan Munira.
Terima kasih Cik Rahim. Okey, suara jelas?
Okey Puan Munira.
Saya share ya. Okey, Assalamualaikum dan selamat sejahtera, selamat pagi kepada semua peserta Konvensyen Kimia tahun 2021. Nama saya Munira binti Abdul Zali, saya daripada Pusat Sekitaran Bahagian Kualiti Alam Sekitar. Izinkan saya present hari ini dalam English ya. Today my presentation is entitled Potential Sewage Input from Downstream River Towards Marine Environment, a case study of Linggi River, Malaysia. This is my presentation outline, the introduction, problem statement, objective of the study, materials and methodology, result and discussion, conclusion and recommendation. For the introduction, as we know that the tropical, coastal and marine environment receive major input from the river. It means that all of our waste, the industrial effluents, sewage, the runoff from the terrestrial, all will go to the rivers and finally they will go to the ocean. And the ocean is actually shelter a number of diverse ecosystem. So it is very crucial for us to protect our marine environment. And river also being the most important transport media for anthropogenic input. And there is evidence to link the sewage runoff towards coastal eutrophication, harmful algal blooms, and also toxic substance accumulation in coastal water. Some of the coastal and marine environment, some of the coastal and marine biodiversity also being affected by the input from the river, such as the heavy metals, they accumulate in our marine organism. Maybe the fish will have higher amount of arsenic, and maybe the seashell also may have this toxic substance. And actually, in 2016, there is a program called as the Ocean Cleanup. This is a national program to clean our ocean. So Malaysia is one of the participant for this program because our Klang River is being selected because our Klang River is one of the 50 most polluting river worldwide. So this for this program, they use this boat to collect all the rubbish from the river before they enter to the marine environment. It was actually a good program. The boat sailed from the middle stream towards the downstream of the Klang River and collect all the rubbish via this conveyor along the Klang River. It's actually one of the good program, but it's not the good. The bad term is our Klang River is among the most polluting river worldwide. So actually among all the pollution enter our river, sewage pollution is also among the major problem, because in Malaysia, our sewage is being treated. The sewage is coming from our bathroom, kitchen sink, and also our toilets. So can you imagine how much we dump our oil, our food waste into the sink, what type of our shampoo, soap that we use, that is all that will goes to our sewage treatment plant. So including our kitchen waste, all will go to the sewage treatment plant. So this treatment plant currently implemented in Malaysia is up to primary and secondary only, which means they basically just remove the colloidal and less treatment being implemented in the influence of the sewage. We didn't treated our sewage up to tertiary and also fourth treatment category. So to investigate the sewage pollution, there is markers that we can use. It is a chemical marker called fecosterols and fecostanol. We want to know whether the extent of sewage pollution severity. Actually, using the chemical marker is good because it has environmental stability, ease of detection, and also can discriminate between human and non-human. Because if we use E. coli or coliform, some of them may degrade in our tropical environment because we have heat and humidity quite high. So it's, the presence of this microorganism will be affected. So this is actually the compound that being used in this study. Coprostanol is actually a marker in human sewage. Is being produced in our guts, and also epicoprostanol it's not being produced in our guts, but it's actually produced in the sewage sludge during the wastewater treatment process. It means that this epicoprostanol is a solely marker of the sewage treatment plant. So whatever, if we detect epicoprostanol in our river, in our ocean, it means that there is potential of sewage pollution from our river, from our SCPs to the river and marine environment. And also cholesterol is one of the marker for sewage pollution because it's abundant in our south and also abundant in the plants, fungi, eukaryotes, and also it's actually a precursor for coprostanol. So in this study, I'm using the diagnostic ratio, which is basically the ratio between coprostanol and cholesterol, and also coprostanol divided by epicoprostanol to know whether the river water and also the sewage treatment plant effluent is actually treated sewage or the river water is being infected by the treated or raw sewage. So this ratio will help us to identify what is the severity of the sewage pollution. And then by using the statistical analysis such as linear regression, we will know whether this compound has increasing trend from the downstream towards the marine environment, whether it has increasing or decreasing trend. So this is the diagnostic ratio. Basically, the coprostanol over cholesterol is widely being used, and if value is more than 0.5 indicates sewage contamination. And for epicoprostanol divided by coprostanol is indicate the sewage treatment efficiency, whether it's untreated or treated or categorized as treated sewage. And this problem statement is degree similar, as we know that is an area under intense pressure from rapid urban and rural development. It's actually interesting to study at this river because actually in the Lin River, the water intake is located in the middle stream of the river. Can you imagine all the pollution from the Seremban city, Senawang city goes into the middle stream of the river towards downstream, and we take that water for our drinking water. We take the downstream water. So it is interesting river to be studied. Most of the water intake in Malaysia is at the upstream, or we have dam, but the maybe they are lack of area to do that in Christmas, so they take the water intake from the downstream of the river, the Linggi River. So objective of this study is to determine the potential sewage input from the sewage treatment plants toward rivers and coastal area of the Linggi using diagnostic ratio and linear regression techniques. We want to know whether these sewage treatment plants been released to the river water, and the sewage pollution will affect the marine environment. This is the three location of the sewage treatment plant, STP2, STP4, and STP5. This actually various type of sewage treatment plant. Secondary treatment, oxidation pond, extended aeration, and also this is river water 1, river water 2, river water 1, and river water 2, and river water 3. This is the river water 3, whereby the nearby the water intake, and towards downstream is river water 2 and also river water 1. The materials and methodology for this study is I take the sample, the sewage effluent, and also the river water. The sample will filtered using the filter paper, and the particulate of the water sample will be sonicated using several types of solvents, saponification, and also analyzed using GCMS, using SIM mode for coprostanol, epicoprostanol, and cholesterol. Okay, this is for the result in discussion. This is the level of coprostanol, epicoprostanol, and cholesterol in STP sample and river water sample. As you can see that the STP sample, the amount of cholesterol is quite high. It means that this is actually being produced by us in our feces. So this is expected high in our sewage treatment plants effluent, including also the oil and that we dump in our sink, kitchen sink. So this one, the cholesterol is high in our effluent, and also the coprostanol. It also been expected in sewage treatment plants because this compound is from human. And this epicoprostanol is a marker for sewage treatment plant. Is also expected in the STP because this influent undergo the sewage treatment process, and this epicoprostanol is being produced during the sewage treatment process. And how about the river water? We can see that the river water, the coprostanol also been detected in river water 3. This is the middle stream station towards downstream. And also we can see here that the epicoprostanol is quite high in the most downstream of the river. It means that maybe the sewage treatment plant effluents being accumulated towards the downstream of the river. So this may affect the marine environment. So for the diagnostic ratio, this is the categorization of the samples. For the river water 1, it looks like the sample is categorized as treated sewage using this ratio, epicoprostanol divided by coprostanol, and also coprostanol divided by cholesterol. This is STP4 also be categorized as treated sewage. And for STP5 and STP5 is categorized as untreated sewage. And for the river water 2 and river water 3 and STP2 is categorized as non-human sources. It means that why the STP2 is categorized as non-human sources, because STP2 is using the biological treatment process. It means the oxidation pond. They use their own alga protozoa bacteria to treat the sewage. So the final effluent contains all these microorganisms. So this microorganism also represent high amount of cholesterol in the effluent. So actually there is drawback of diagnostic ratio in the categorization of the sewage contamination. So there is been discussed widely in literature. And this is the result for the linear regression. This is very interesting part because for the river water, we can see there is increasing trend of cholesterol, epicorposanol. This one, sorry, this is corposanol, the blue one. The green one is the epicorposanol, increasing trend, meaning that the Y equals to mx plus C. This M is positive, it means that increasing trend. And also cholesterol also increasing. We can see here that the epicorposanol high R squared is equal to 0.72, means that it is a very highly positive correlation. It means that all the sewage effluent from the STP being accumulated towards the downstream of the river, and this may affect our marine environment. As you can see here, the amount of epicorposanol is increasing also towards the downstream of the river. This is the downstream station, river water one. We can see high amount of epicorposanol compared to the other two stations here. So as a conclusion, corposanol, epicorposanol, and cholesterol have been proven to be useful in identifying sewage indicator and can be evaluated to the level of human fecal pollution in river water. And the river water was received the untreated and also treated sewage from the effluent, and also categorized and also non-human sources, meaning that this river water 2 and river water 3 is categorized here as a non-human source. It means that they also may have the effect of sewage pollution, but also other non-human sources also can be dominant in this section, because other potential sterols and stanol from non-human sources maybe can from the animal manure, from the terrestrial runoff. So this also can represent the effect that can be dominant in this section. And the possible sources were originated from human feces, sewage reaching the river through treated and untreated sewage, as well as terrestrial input, maybe from the biogenic sources, maybe from the microorganism from the river. It also can be contributing to the level of sterol and stanol in the river water sample. So the byplot of diagnostic ratio, corposanol over cholesterol versus epicorposanol divided by corposanol, and the linear regression further confirm the discharge of the sewage into the river and subsequently may affect the marine environments due to the concentration, the epicorposanol is increasing trend from towards downstream of the river. So recommendation, this research will collectively contribute to the knowledge of sterols and stanol biomarkers in sewage assessment study, especially in Malaysia, because this study is quite lack in Malaysia, and highlight the need to make the measurement for riverine and marine pollution mitigation action. This is the list of the reference. Thank you. If any further question, can contact me via email also.
Thank you, Puan Munira, for your presentation. Okay, it's kind of scary to think about on the dam we produce domestically go to the downstream, which is at the end become our drinking water. So with that, I think I open to the audience and listeners. If you have any question for our presenter, Puan Munira.
Puan Munira.
Can I have your name?
Puan Munira Zaini ya. KP.
Ya, Puan KP.
Ni nak tanya you. Before this presentation, you ada present kat mana-mana ke? Apart from university?
Ada, tapi guna data lain lah.
Data lain ya. You belum present this study to SUK Negeri Sembilan?
Oh, belum. Tak sampai level tu lagi.
Belum.
Saya just present pada komiti supervisor saya, dan juga ada satu conference, tapi saya belum, itu data lain lah.
Okay. Alright. Interesting result yang you dapat.
Ya, betul.
Probably we can use the same technique yang Panua. Maybe a few rivers yang problematic yang kita boleh buat kajian lah.
Betul. Banyak sebenarnya.
Yeah, especially bila ada disagreement between state and federal government. The river, lepas tu ada discharge. State akan kata river polluted because of this IWK. And then IWK kata dia tak discharge, everything under control. So maybe we can test that lah before the outlet from the IWK, before and after. So I think, I rasa from what I heard, you see the technique, you boleh distinguish kan?
Boleh. Sebab boleh. Sebab macam markers ni dia tak ada dalam regulation. In fact, ada few countries saja di dunia ni yang implement. Sebab kita mostly rely on E. coli, coliform. Bila dekat STP dia tinggi, tapi dekat river water dia dah rendah. So kita tak tahu, betul ke datang daripada STP. Jadi kita tak nampak correlation tu, jadi susah. Bila guna chemical marker, dia more stable. So kita boleh dapat tahu source yang mana sebenarnya impact the river.
So probably nanti we will discuss further dengan Cik Abdullah, dengan bos you, pengarah you. Maybe we select one or two rivers yang problematiknya.
Boleh.
Sebab tu we need to do something lah. Since you dah ada this technique and we can differentiate, maybe it's time for us to do something and highlight to the government lah.
Ya, betul. Saya pun ada tulis satu paper juga berkaitan sterol dengan sanol ni. And actually the STP pun ada effect pada river water kita memang tinggi lah. Sebab tinggi ni very interesting area. Sebab saya rasa, sebab water intake dia downstream kan. Saya rasa memang
because saya rasa kalau rakyat di Linggi tu tahu air yang dia orang minum tu datang dari mana.
Ya, betul. Sebab walaupun kita buat treatment drinking water, tapi kita punya treatment tak macam negara yang lebih maju lah. Kita boleh tambah lebih baik lah. Kita buat study ni, so kita boleh tambah lebih baik.
That's why saya rasa patut kita kena highlight this to the Negeri Sembilan state government lah. Kan?
Betul.
Betul lah. And how your study ni, you dah habiskan PhD you?
Tu lah, saya dalam proses nak submit thesis. Dalam bulan ni saya akan submit. Lepas tu proses seterusnya baik-baik dan something lah.
Okay, very good. So
terima kasih banyak Tuan Ibi.
So we will talk further on this ya.
Okay. Baik.
Okay.
Terima kasih Tuan Kapi atas pandangan. I think we all concur that this is a very good study, which is I think should not end at our side. It should be advocate to the authorities especially in this bilang. Okay, we have one question from audience, which is from Tuan Haji Dr. Nazaruddin Ibrahim. Puan Mira, there's one question for you. Can we use biomarkers to evaluate the effectiveness of the water treatment plant?
Ya, boleh. Macam saya guna kolesterol, and kolesterol, kita boleh tahu efficiency our sewage treatment plant. Sebab dia macam sebab bila kita guna diagnostic ratio ni, kita boleh tahu sama ada STP adalah dia adalah good treated sewage ataupun dia mungkin partially treated sewage. Mungkin masa tu ada malfunction of the STP, sewage treatment process tu ada masalah. Jadi these chemical markers can be used to know the effectiveness of the sewage treatment process.
Thanks, Puan Munira. Thanks for your answer, Puan Munira. Is it answer your question, Tuan Haji Nazar?
Oh, okay.
We have another question for you, Puan Munira.
Okay. From the Farida Marsin.
Where?
What is the objective?
Yes, correct. That is correct. You may answer the question, yeah, please. Yeah, okay, outstanding work, Dr. Munira. What is your update on these types of statistical analysis to be implemented in our field of work? As most of our samples are one-off, not maturing. And is there the need of usage of deuterated stanols or isotopes of some sort of in study?
Actually, the use of linear regression the use of linear regression here is actually we set our software to significant level at 95%. We can set at 99%, doesn't matter, but it is actually 99% confirmed that the increasing trend of this is actually the significant value of the increasing trend. So it is actually 95% confident that the trend of the sewage pollution is increasing towards the marine environment. And for the need of use of deuterated stanols or isotope of some sort in study, there is a study also use this deuterated stanol and or isotope, but mostly there is guideline from US EPA also. They just and take the sample and analyze as soon as possible. We can still see the pattern of the sewage pollution because this chemical marker is quite stable. It doesn't degrade like E. coli, coliform. So we can use actually for the representing the sewage pollution in the environment. See, answering my question. Dr. Farida.
Okay, Dr. Farida, to answer your question. I think we should end this session because we come to the end of the fourth presentation. I think once again, I'd like to thank all the four presenters. This is, I think, being on time with regards to the time allocated for them. And to Puan Munira, I think once again, I think it's a great study by you. And then I think as suggested by our Tuan PP, I think this should be informed to the authorities in this Milan.
Yeah.
Definitely. So we're going to stop at 9:55 and we come back at 10:15. We have a 20 minutes break. So we come back at 10:20. All right. So take your refreshment and come back strong. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. I hope you have a good refreshment. Konvensyen Kimia 2021, Beyond Expectation, will continue with another presentation. We have from Puan Siti Zubaidah binti Muhammad Yusof from Pusat Forensik. She'll be talking about exploring hazardous volatile constituents in e-cigarette liquids.
Okay, boleh mula?
Is this around?
Yes, dengar tak?
Okay, alright. So I'll pass this session to you. Thank you.
Saya mula share screen ya.
Baik.
Stop sharing boleh? Okay. Okay, jelas ya suara?
Jelas, Puan.
Okay, Assalamualaikum and a very good morning. Yang berusaha Tuan KP, pengarah-pengarah kanan, pengarah-pengarah bahagian, Tuan moderator and all the presenter, izinkan saya bercakap dalam bahasa Inggeris. Alhamdulillah, praise to God the Almighty. Today I've been given an opportunity to present part of my research titled Exploring Hazardous Volatile Constituents in E-Cigarette Liquids. Before I start, let me briefly introduce myself. I am Siti Zubaidah binti Muhammad Yusof, a chemist in Forensic Science Analysis Center, Department of Chemistry Malaysia. I'm also a student from University Technology Malaysia. For this project, my supervisor is Professor Dr. Halimatun binti Hamdan. She's a scientist from UTM, and my co-supervisor is Mr. Muhammad Aidil Fahmi bin Shadan, a senior chemist from Department of Chemistry Malaysia. So this is actually, for a start, my presentation outline is divided into 5 sections. So this is actually the whole initial stage of my mini master project. So I will try to make it short as concise as possible. I value any comments and for improvement and questions at the end of the presentation. So moving on, I would first introduce what is e-cigarettes and its components. E-cigarettes are also known as electronic nicotine delivery systems, or ENDS. It's a battery-operated inhalers that delivers nicotine to the users without the combustion reactions. It is rapidly emerging and diversified product class because there is so far no standard construction of e-cigarettes, which allowing manufacturers to use different designs and components of their particular products. Therefore, we can see that the evolutions of e-cigarettes, starting from the first modern invention in 2003 called cigar light, to a trendy latest design called pod. Nowadays, there are many more inventions in the market. So the main components of e-cigarette basically the same as the first modern invention design, which consists of e-liquid atomizers and the battery. E-cigarette liquids with the latest design cartridge is the component that will be used in this study. Normally, e-cigarette liquid will consist of propylene glycol, vegetable glycerins, and optional nicotine. So for the research background, the first concept of electronic cigarettes was first patented by Herbert A. Gilbert in 1965. But during that time, cigarette was terminated in the market. So in 2003, fast forward, a Chinese pharmacist named Honlik invented a modern e-cigarettes in an effort to develop so-called safe alternative to traditional form of smoking. And he became the father of the modern e-cigarettes. Fast forward, since being introduced into Europe in 2006 and United States in 2007, the number of e-cigarette users has continued to skyrocket worldwide in 2014, as per shown in the graph with the estimations of 55 million users in 2021. So in 2015, the modern e-cigarette entered Malaysia market by the industry. So the justification of study from the previous timeline in 2015, this is the justification of study, why this study is important. This timeline shows Malaysia commitment towards endgame tobacco use by 2045. However, a vaping phenomena against these principles and policies of the ministries, which aims at shaping Malaysia towards a smoke-free country. It is also not in line with the agreement of WHO framework conventions on tobacco control signed by Malaysia since 2005. But however, the highest motivation for this study is come from the fatwa, Irshad al-Fatwa series 63, supported from the Noble Quran. So, and recently in 14th August, the vape protest press conference was organized by the NGOs such as Green Lung Malaysia, National Cancer Society, which urged the government to choose people's health and not profit. So, moving on to the introductions of the problem statement. Despite the effort taken by Malaysia, the National Health and Morbidity Survey in 2019 shows there are 1.12 million vapers in Malaysia above 15 years old. Further supported by many studies in Malaysia shows that 39% of the users are university students, 36% are young professionals, and 3,000 are school children. Where it is in the facts that where 97% of e-cigarette liquid sold in Malaysia market containing nicotine. This is an illegal business actually, because the sale, supply and storage of products containing nicotine are regulated under the Poison Act 1952, restricting the sales of nicotine nicotine containing e-cigarettes to licensed pharmacies or medical officers only. So the problem statement here, I just briefly read the problem statements. First, little empirical studies on hazardous compound in e-cigarette liquids, especially volatile organic compounds. And second, little is known regarding the products formed by the flavoring additive when heated at the high temperature found in the e-cigarettes. Sorry. So dapat move lah. Okay. And then secondly, e-cigarette smoking is hazardous to health, as what also mentioned by Prof. Bashar yesterday, that the cigarette smoking is hazardous to health, as well as e-cigarette also smoking. There's a risk in the e-cigarettes. Why? First is denoted by the warning label printed in the box and the foil cartridge. Also stated California Proposition 65 there. This product contains chemicals known to the state of California to cause cancer and birth defects or other reproductive harms. To justify this problem statement about e-cigarette smoking is hazardous to health, in late August 2019, the Center of Disease Control and Prevention, CDC, issued guidelines and alarming alerts for healthcare providers on EVALI disease, stand for e-cigarettes or vaping product use associated lung injury. And as e-cigarette introduced in US, as well as the highest users among other countries, there are many cases reported there that associated e-cigarette users with lung injury. And the graph shows as February 2020, there are almost 3,000 hospitalized EVALI cases or deaths have been reported to CDC from 50 states. And the current issues, which is the COVID-19, is also linked with this study, where the teenagers and young adults who vape were 5 to 7 times more likely to be infected with COVID-19 than those who did not use e-cigarettes. So the general objective of this study is to explore, this is the issue also, to explore hazardous volatile constituent in e-cigarette liquids with the 3 research objectives, which to examine volatile constituents in e-cigarette liquids, second, to classify the volatile constituents into flavor categories, and third, to compare and contrast the potential health hazard for the identified compounds in e-cigarette liquids with recognized international standard or reference. So for literature review of this presentation, I had chosen 5 related articles and theses that consist of variable of this study to do the synthesis. From the synthesis, it was justified that there's a gap of research that difficult to find studies on chemical constituents of e-cigarette liquid, especially in Malaysia, especially for the volatile constituents. So there's a gap of knowledge. The creations of less disruptive solution in vaping has contributed to hot discussions that continue to divide scientists, health providers, and decision makers worldwide. Even vaping laws vary from country to country. In Malaysia, the debate continues to divide between NGOs and the industry player. Due to different perspectives between the NGOs and that urge government to stand on ban vaping, while for the industry player who has strong lobbying to government to impose excise duty on nicotine vape. So therefore, this study hope that to fill in the gap of knowledge in the form of scientific findings. Figure above is the conceptual framework in this study that illustrate the expectation to find through the research. The relevant variable here, as per discussed before, is the e-cigarettes, the cartridge containing e-liquids, the local e-liquids product with the chemical concern from e-cigarettes, which is a volatile organic compounds, the flavoring chemicals, and the nicotines. Despite there are other chemical concern, which is heavy metals, carbonates, and TSNAs, which is tobacco-specific nitrosamines. And finally, the health effects from the identified chemicals will be determined. So the research design for this study is to demonstrate this research methodology. The research design that address my research problem statement, research problems consists of collections, measurement, and analysis of data. I use GCMS Headspace to analyze data for research objective 1 with library software of library search report, NIST and MDIST, and confirmed by the CS number. And further, to achieve the research objective 2, I use flavor wheel as per according to Krusman Flavor Wheel 2018. And I use also a PubChem chemical database that brings specific information for the identified compounds based on the CS number that brings to other informations, which is to inform in the flavor extract manufacturing associations or GRAS, the use and also the other chemical properties. And finally, I achieved my research objective 3 by compare and contrast the identified compounds with the PubChem chemical database that brings to information on safety, hazard, the toxicity, thus to justify with the California Proposition 65 and Clark's analysis of drugs and poisons, other journals, other data from WHO and also CDC. So this is the overall charts whereby I will highlight on data. Data was collected via site sampling at the National Pharmaceutical Regulatory Agency in Seremban. This is the real case. This is explained why the sample size is huge, which is worth about 3,000 e-cigarette liquids cartridge consisting of 32 boxes of exhibits. Statistically, a standard calculations was used to get a representative sample for analysis, which finally we have 38 representative samples for final analysis. And the collected data was undergo experiment initiated in the simple lab preparations and then to specific by using in-house standard toxicology and criminalistic lab. Department of Chemistry, Malaysia. So we go to research for the research objective 1, the results and discussions. From this study, we found about 18 volatile organic compounds. Based on the graph, the propane 1,2-diol or propylene glycol was identified, was the most prevalent compound in e-cigarettes liquid. Benzene was the second most frequent identified compounds at 90%, followed by 1-methoxybutane at 79%, and so on. 31% of 3,2-S1-methyl pyrrolidine 2-YL or so-called nicotine was identified. Nicotine content did not likely affect measured headspace of VOC, meaning it is insensitive to this method, but it's sensitive to GCMS, which is 100% nicotine detected when using GCMS. So benzene may be present due to chemical reactions and transformations from other constituents, including benzoic acids. To note that the frequencies of the identified compounds varied by flavor type, depends on the real case received, and also it's different metrics, different compositions, might be different brand manufacturers might have different chemicals. For example, we do not found diacetyl acrylamide were found like the previous study as a toxic VOCs. For the second research objective, result and discussion. In this study, the graph shows 85% of the identified compounds, which is in the highlighted in the orange box, is a flavoring agents, which have a FEMA GRAS status. And flavor type affected the compositions of tentatively identified compounds. For the fruit type flavor, which is the highest among others, ethyl butanoate was identified in most of the samples. 2-methyl propyl acetate was identified in 83% of the samples, and also ethyl 2-methyl butanoate was present 80% of the samples. So flavorants are a risk all on their own. Okay, most of the specific chemicals found in the manufacturers or marketers' flavorant have remained a secret. And this study discovered some of the chemicals that are highly dangerous. This suggests each flavoring agents have its different compounds that its specific flavor profile. For example, ethyl butanoate have apple, butter, cheese, pineapple, and strawberry, and so on. However, there are unknown and unexpected chemical reactions to e-cigarette liquids. One of the most serious issues with e-cigarette liquid is that even we know which chemical are added, we don't always know what those chemicals will create once mixed. Because the chemicals used to create different flavorings are largely unknown and vary by batch, there is also no way of knowing what unintended chemicals compounds are going to be inhaled. So these statements are generated from the website of the FEMA, Flavor and Extract Manufacturers Associations. The FEMA expert panels evaluates the safety of flavor ingredients only on their conditions of intended use in food, and does not evaluate flavor ingredients for use in vaping products or any other uses that are intended for inhalations. Therefore, the statement from manufacturers and marketers on vaping products would suggest their products are safe because they have FEMA or GRA GRAS status are false and misleading. So, ladies and gentlemen, this table shows the identified compounds to compare with recognized standard or reference. In this study, benzene and nicotine listed in the California Propositions List 65 and other flavoring chemical against this specific potential hazards. So in this study, benzene has been studied and nicotine has been studied for a long time before it can conclude it has a toxicity or have a carcinogenic properties. And thus it's listed in the California Proposition 65, reading labels that warns you about chemical exposure. For example, a benzene chemical has a cancer type of toxicity through oral and inhalations, listed since February 1987, while nicotine has developmental type of toxicity since listed since April 1990s. Nicotine toxicity can lead to rapid breathing and increased heart rate and so on. For flavoring chemical, the Journal of the American Medical Association JAMA that highlight the potential respiratory health effects is from using flavored e-cigarettes. This study, it shows evidence that there are significant health risks, especially for the respiratory passage, and other researchers observed in the laboratory that human lung cells exposed to EC aerosol release various inflammation biomarkers. For the benzoic acid here, is what known as the volatile organic compounds, has some serious side effects. This VOC is not intended to be inhaled, yet it is a primary ingredient for making nicotine salts easier to be inhaled. And some of the danger of this chemical include eye damage, irritations to nose, throat, and lungs. And furthermore, benzene is a derivative of benzoic acid and is a volatile organic compound known to cause headache, cancer, and death. For e-liquids containing benzoic acid, especially in the latest design like Joe, they are smoother to inhale than the free-based nicotine because they have a lower pH level. Some of the danger may include eye damage, irritations to the nose, throat, lungs, and shortness of breath. And finally, the alkyl maltol here, which is 2-ethyl-3-hydroxypyranone, pyrene-4-one, which is the alkyl maltol, has also been observed to interact with copper-ferrum, which is aerosol after the inhalation by the device, to generate hydroxypyranone complexes that can promote the generations of radicals. So this, the significance of the study could be for the government, community, industry, and also the value of knowledge. So for the conclusions, analysis of BioGCMS shows that qualitative method for the detections of volatile organic compounds and flavoring chemicals in e-cigarette liquid is possible. Addition extraction technique may result in better separation between the e-cigarette liquids and the analytes of interest. And more chemical components listed in the California Landmark Proposition 65 or many more may be detected in e-cigarette liquid vapor by using high-end instrument, maybe like NMR. This, in Malaysia, leading medical group and organization and scientists are concerned about the lack of restrictions and regulation for e-cigarettes. This research affirms that e-cigarette may pose significant health risks and should be investigated further. It seems that every day a new product is launched without knowing the harmful health effects of this product. And finally, Malaysia needs clear regulations, I can say, to ensure that e-cigarette market is controlled and adhere to the standard and regulations, or have a solid stand for the sake of the well-being of the people. So for the acknowledgement, ladies and gentlemen, this is the locations of my research, which is in the Forensic Science and Research Center, Department of Chemistry, Malaysia, to be specific in the Toxicology Division and also in the Criminalistic Divisions. Finally, I would like to thank my supervisor, Professor Dr. Halimatul binti Hamdan, and my co-supervisor, Mr. Adil Fahmi bin Syadan, as well as pengarah-pengarah bahagian pengarah-pengarah section and college yang terlibat. This is my reference, and this is my contact for comments and further questions, and that brings us to the end. Yes, I sincerely appreciate your attention this morning. With that, thank you so much.
Thank you for Pada on your shared information that your study on e-cigarette. So we open the floor for question. Do you have any question from audience, listeners, and participants? We have one question from Mr. Rashidi Abdul Manap.
Thank you.
I read to you, Puan Siti Baida. Currently in Malaysia, is there any standardized analytical method or rapid method for determination of volatile organic compound and non-volatile organic compound in large sample of e-liquids formulation? That would be your first question. And I continue with the second question, or you want to answer the first question first?
They are understood.
Sorry again.
Okay.
The first question. The
Okay,
second
the first
question.
questions. I read again.
Okay.
Currently in Malaysia, is there any standardized analytical method or rapid method for the determination of VOCs and non-VOCs in large sample of e-liquid formulations? Okay, for the first questions, because e-cigarette is actually not yet regulated properly. So there is no standard method for the VOCs, especially for the e-cigarette liquids. If he said that, if let's say for the e-liquid especially is currently no standard method so far, for especially for the e-cigarette liquid. And for the second questions, is there any specific reason why the compounds found compared to this, not to other? Okay. For these questions, I compare this with the California is because in the box dalam kotak tu, in the box of the exhibit, or in the box of the exhibits too, itself is stated there is a warning label there. So that's why I'm comparing with that list. And also actually I also followed and compare with the other acts, with other regulation lah actually. But that's why I compared with the list 65. Is it because in the list 65, many people argue why these warning labels actually banyak dekat mana-mana produk. So many people argue why these products ada label seperti ini. So that's why to fill in the gap, I do the scientific findings that this why other chemicals that hazardous chemical and contain dalam list tu. Okay, that's it. Menjawab tak?
Okay, Puan Siti Brother, thank you for your answer. We have we have another question from Dr. Yu. The question would be, so far, is there any criminal cases related to e-cigarette referred to Jabatan Kimia Malaysia? One more question, Puan Siti Brother.
So far, criminal cases. So far for the criminal cases, I think I don't have any report on the criminal cases related to e-cigarette, but I have reports from Pusat Racun Negara. If I can relate, the Pusat Racun Negara, they have about 30 cases that related e-cigarettes, actually more to the potential hazard, not to the criminal cases for this case lah, but not for the criminal cases, as what I know so far.
Okay, Dr. Yu. I think we will answer your question. Okay, I think we come to the end of the presentation. Thanks again, Puan Siti Zubaida, on your shared information with regard to e-cigarette. So we move to another presentation. Next will be presentation will be given by Puan Nurliza binti Abdul Hamid from Pusat Quality, with the title Kepentingan Program Verifikasi atau Pemeriksaan Berkala antara Semasa Kalibrasi bagi Peralatan Pengukuran, or the significance of verification or performance check programs between calibration interval for measuring equipment. Without further delay, I pass it to Puan Nurliza.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum and good morning. Is it clear? Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Moderator and Sir Rahim, for your kind introduction. I will proceed further with my topic that is totally different with chemistry, that is in physical metrology, entitled The Significance of Verification or performance check program between calibration intervals for measuring equipment. Once again, I'm Noliza binti Abdul Hamid, Science Officer from Calibration Section, Chemistry Department. The keywords of my topic today are verification, performance check, calibration interval. So these metrology jargons are mostly used interchangeably if we are not aware of the definition and there are differences, so we might get confused. Luckily, we have the VIM. The VIM is the International Vocabulary of Metrology that defines calibration, but not verification. So people measure almost everything every day, like length, weight, speed, time, and they expect to have the indication of their measuring instrument or equipment to be reliable or at the highest level of confidence. However, there are always a common drawback whereby readings are not consistent over time, are not consistent in time. This is called drifting. This might due to the wrong readings or wrong handling or mechanical wear and tear, or we can call it obsolescence. That is, the equipment is obsolete, aging, or not in use. So to kickstart, I will start with our calibration section CMCs, the calibration and measurement capability under ISO 17025 with the scheme akreditasi makmal Malaysia number 01061. So our scope of testing, we only have 2 scope of testing in which in the future we hope to expand to more scopes. At the moment, we only have mass, heat, and temperature. So for mass, we can calibrate from 50 grams to 20 kilograms, and our CMC are as such. For 50 grams, up to 50 grams, we can calibrate up to 5 decimal place balances. But then, looking at the CMCs of 0.08 milligram, we managed to obtain higher, lower than these CMCs. So we expect to review our CMCs in the future. So this calibration is using the CAP number 1A method for EAB, electronic analytical balance, and CAP number 1B is for EPTB, top end balance, based on the method of OIML, R76-1 and R76-2. OIML is the Organization of Legal Metrology. So the second scope is heat and temperature. So we can calibrate from -30 to 600 degrees. Look at the 250 to 600 degrees, the CMC is 1.5 degrees. So in our experience, we can get lower than 1.5 degrees. So we are using the CAP number 2 method based on American Standard 285P 1986. Question arises. How you can trust the measurement you made with your device since the last time it was calibrated? Because actually, commonly, the calibration interval is always a year, annual. It is termed as annual calibration. But how you want to reduce the cost of having to calibrate every time? So every measurement you have taken with the device since its last calibration is now a suspect. So it poses a huge risk. So what is the solution? The solution is to perform verification. So the objective for this article is to promote verification program to improve the quality of measurement and lowering the cost of metrology. I repeat, to lower the cost of metrology. Second is to comply with the legal requirement or specification to ensure that the correct operation of equipment according to its stated operating specification. And verification can act as internal control or preventive measures, whereas we can actually determine the aging of the instrument or the wear and tear of the instrument from verification to minimize prevalence of fraud cases, especially in trade, the product being recalled or discarded because of failure in monitoring the everyday monitoring of the parameters, measuring equipment parameters. The part failure, so we want to minimize the food safety and health impact and also the economic impact that is caused the financial loss. So the analogy for today is, should you go to see the specialist every day or should you go for a medical checkup often? No, right? Even during this pandemic, we tend to equip ourselves with the oximeter to monitor our oxygen level. People have their own thermometer and the rapid test kit as a preventive measure. So verification is one of the preventive measures. So let us look at the storage temperature of these vaccines. You look at the storage suhu penyimpanan. For Pfizer, the storage temperature is -75 degrees. For AstraZeneca, it's between 2 to 8. Same goes to Sinovac and CanSino. But for Sputnik, it is -20 degrees. So it is need to be kept in freezer. So how significant is the verification? It is very important in pharmaceutical industry in order to keep the integrity of these vaccines and also to maintain its effectiveness. So these are another cases of fraud cases that happen if you are not monitoring having a verification program regularly. Tipu alat timbang, 2 peniaga kena tindakan. So Ops timbang sawit report case penipuan almost up to 36,000. So it is very important in the retail industries. And even if you are failure to monitor our verification, our process at frequent intervals, so it will cause accidents, even accidents in the workplace. And even worsen is the food poisoning cases. This is depicted from the program Susu Sekolah, where the underlying factor of this is the storage temperature. So how significant? It's very important in the construction industry and also in the food industry. Okay, now next is how significant is the verification program? Does it mention in the standard? Yes. In ISO 9001 and ISO 17025, verification is mentioned in the standard. It's under the clause 7.1.5.2. Calibrated or verified or both at specified intervals. But verification is at lower increment of time than calibration. If calibration is 1 year, verification is more frequent than that. So does it mention in another standard? Yes, it is mentioned in the ISO 17025 2017 under clause 6.2.6. The laboratory shall authorize personnel to perform specific laboratory activities, including but not limited to the following: verification and validation. So under the clause 6.4.13, also mentioned we have to keep the records of verification for instruments. Another one is clause 717 about the verification to meet the customer requirements, and clause 7.2, selection, verification, and validation of methods. So we have to establish the verification program with proper methods. So the terminologies, again, back to terminologies, calibration. Calibration is about, is it accurate? But for validation, it's about functioning satisfactorily. For verification, we term it as, is it working correctly? So some of the articles, they use this term interchangeably. The case study. If you want to cook a food to a particular temperature, say that you want to cook a food to a particular temperature to ensure that there's no harmful bacteria, how do you perform the process of validation, verification, and calibration? So some people, they would like to have their food or their steaks rare, medium rare, or even bloody, and also very well done. So we have to test the temperature of this food, whether reaching the expected temperature that we want or not. So how we perform the validation? The validation is to validate the temperature that we chose. We always research a reputable journal, a citation, or the scientific data that supports this temperature. So we use all these references to test or to come up with certain parameters to verify whether how do we perform verification. So we perform verification by testing this food, whether the food tested reach the exact temperature that we want. And how do we perform the calibration? We perform the calibration by calibrate the thermometer that we use to test the food. So that is the difference between validation, verification, and calibration. So this is again the difference between validation, verification, and calibration. So we can equate validation with science. We can equate verification with checking, while calibration is the accuracy of the measuring equipment. So for calibration, we always compare this UUC, unit under calibration, with a reference standard. For verification, we don't need to compare with a reference standard. We just compare with another piece of equipment with same accuracy. Okay, or we can compare using between measurements of this multimeter. Okay, the gauge, the pressure gauge. Okay, for validation, it's about the functional of all the components that makes this tank function. Okay, so validation is about establishment of parameters, all these parameters to make it work. Validation is in the Venn chart. You can see that validation governs verification and calibration. In validation, you can have verification and calibration. Okay. So again, about terminologies, operation, calibration is, and this is defined by the JCGM, Joint Committee in General Metrology, Guide in Metrology. Operation that under specified condition in the first step establish a relation between the quantity values with measurement uncertainties provided by measurement standards. So in calibration, we have measurement standards and corresponding indication with associated uncertainties. And in a second step, uses this information to establish a relation for obtaining measurement result from an indication. So we compare a standard with an indication of measuring instrument. The calibration interval is performed on timely cycle, mostly 1 year. So it's very difficult for us to determine the ideal calibration interval because it depends on your application, and also it depends on your equipment, whether your equipment is subject to wear and tear, or you have a new sophisticated instruments. So the reference that we use are specific criteria 1.4 and specific criteria 1.5, that is for NDT, non-destructive analysis by Standard Malaysia. So the calibration is we compare the measurement standard with the indication of measuring instrument under specified condition. The specified condition means we monitor the environmental condition of this during calibration to establish a relationship. So this is the calibration components. The important is the MU and the traceability. Okay, the rest are all the same with verification. So verification terminology is confirmation by examination and objective evidence that specified requirements have been fulfilled. This not need to be a reference to a higher standard. Okay. So verification, determination of the relationship between the measured values and the corresponding values realized by standards. Okay. Examination of conformity or measuring equipment with legal requirement. So verification is just you want to cross-check whether your equipment fulfills the legal requirement or specification, or it is called MPE. You don't need to compare with the references. Okay. So in calibration we have MU, but in verification we don't have MU. So in calibration we issue a calibration certificate, but not in verification. We just issue a verification report. So this is about the same. It's just that verification is evaluate of the result by the verifying body, by the user of the measuring instrument. So in calibration, we don't have the statement of compliance, but in the verification, we have the statement of compliance, whether it meets the requirement of the standards or not. Okay, next. This is how you perform a calibration when you compare with the references, and this is how when you perform verification without comparing to the standard. During calibration, we choose the required calibration procedure to be used. We choose to compare to a reference standard, and we always use full range or as per customer test point. But for verification, we don't need to test for full range. We just select the range. We determine the error, we adjust if capable, we check the traceability, estimate the MU, and record the results. Okay. And in verification, we just confirm based on specification, ensuring that the instrument is working correctly for its intended purpose, not checking the entire range. We just use our application range to verify. No need to do the full range. Okay. So in verification, there is decisions whether we want to re-verify, restore to service, recalibrate, make adjustment, extend usability, scrap or make obsolete, repair, or downgrade. Sometimes like the thermometer, we tend to, the thermometer, over time, our thermometer can be downgraded from class A to class C. What is not included in verification is the traceability, the unbroken change of comparison linking to the highest level national standard and MIM or international standard like NIST. In calibration, we have MU, but in verification, we don't compute MU. In calibration, we adjust, we make adjustment, but in verification, we don't make any adjustment. Okay. So talking about traceability is actually whether our analysis is traceable to the national standards and also traceable to the SI units. Okay, this is the traceability of the, look at the, the left side of this, the chemical system is on chemical metrology. This is on physical metrology. So user is the testing lab, working standard is for the calibration lab or the testing lab that perform verification. Secondary standard is for the calibration lab where they calibrate the working standard. The primary standard is from the NMIM, provided by the NMIM, which is traceable to the SI unit. So for example, that this is the traceability that I want to mention. The laboratory test weight using this test weight, the uncertainty is plus minus 0.5. The laboratory reference standard weight is, the uncertainty is even better. And this is the lowest uncertainty, the national reference kilogram. This is kept by NMIM. Okay, this is for this one, the standard weight, this is F1 class. F1 class standard weight is a low class standard weight or M1 class. So this standard weight is the laboratory reference standard. The reference standard used is the higher class standard weight, that is E2 or E1 standard weight. And this is the national reference kilogram. But for now, for SI unit, they don't no longer use the national reference kilogram as the SI standard for kilogram. They use the constant. When to do verification? Actually, we do verification after calibration. We do the verification after calibration. So the moment after we receive the calibration certificate, we proceed with the calibration. Okay, so this is the examples of verification. We perform one-point check and repeatability testing. We compare against the MPE. The verification is just a comparison to the standard specification. Okay, or we compare against the USP, US Pharmacopoeia 41 with a minimum accuracy of 0.1%. This is a micropipette verification or piston-operated volumetric apparatus. We test to verify the random error and systematic error and compare against maximum permissible error in tabulated in ISO 18655. The thermometer, specifically this in this picture is the liquid in glass. We perform the ice point check and comparison point check against the OMIR 133. And the heat enclosure, we perform daily monitoring and we check against lab tolerance. So this is the verification data whereby we come up with the upper control limit and lower control limit, also the upper warning limit and the upper lower warning limit. So we want to look at the data whether it is normal distribution or it is skewed to the in the highest range or lower range. So this is the data for heat enclosures monitoring, whereby we can know that the stability of our measuring equipment. For this one, look at the peti sejuk bulan June 2021. This is in the higher range. So the suhu, the required temperature is between 1 to 8 degrees. So in order for us to make it more normal, more homogenized, you should lower the temperature of the operating temperature of this peti sejuk or chiller. This is the incubator monitoring. So this is, can you see the accuracy? Over time, the accuracy of these instruments are decreasing over time. Look at the accuracy for 24 hours, it is 0.003. After 1 year, it is increased in number. So that's why we have to perform verification on a timely manner in order for us to see the trending. Okay. In summary, verification is very important in monitoring performance of measuring equipment to comply with the requirement of the standard. Without verification, there will be a significant impact to quality of measurement. It should be conducted periodically in smaller increments of time than the calibration cycle. It can react as one of preventive measures, an indicator of equipment functionality and efficiency. It can reduce time expended for calibration and save money. Hence, do your verification wisely. With that, thank you.
Thank you, Puan Nurliza Binti Abdul Hamid, on her presentation. I think those who are working in the laboratory should be able to understand the calibration, verification, and the calibration. All right, I think we are exceeding a little bit time here, so I would open Q&A session for Puan Nurliza. So if you have any question for her, you can just email to her. All right. So from organizer, thanks again, Puan Nurliza, for your shared information. I think we go to the next presentation. Will be given by Puan Sharifah Nur Hafiza binti Said Abdul Rahman from Pusat Forensik DNA Division Headquarters, with the title "The Malaysian Malay, Malaysian Chinese and Malaysian Indian Population Plotted Using MySec FGX Trademark Forensic Genomic System." So without further delay, I pass the session to Puan Sharifah for her presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Encik Rahim. Assalamualaikum and a very good morning to all. Okay, my name is Sharifah Nur Hafiza. I'm from bahagian DNA Forensik, Pusat Analisis Sains Forensik, HQ. Okay, and then my topic today is about Malaysian Malay, Chinese and Indian population, plotted using MySeq FGX Forensic Genomic System. Okay, a bit overview about my topic today. I start about a brief of introduction, and then I talk about the MySeq FGX workflow, and then what is biogeographical ancestry SNPs is about, and how it used to plot the Malaysian population, and lastly the conclusion. Okay, let me begin with how we start. Okay, 6 years ago, actually Malaysia, negara kita dikejutkan dengan penemuan 139 kubur di Wang Kelian, Perlis sempadan dengan kem tinggi yang dipercayai belongs to sindiket pemerdagangan manusia. Okay. Lebih daripada 200 spesimen tulang dihantar di Jabatan Kimia, dan tulang-tulang tersebut ditag mengikut tempat dia dijumpai. Ada yang dijumpai atas tanah, ada yang dijumpai dalam tanah, dalam kubur, and then the worst scenario is ada yang dalam satu kubur tu DNA yang dijumpai milik lebih daripada satu individu. Maknanya mungkin terdapat 2 orang ditempatkan dalam satu kubur, ditanam dalam satu kubur je. Okay. Cabaran untuk kes ini adalah the sample tu sendiri dalam bad condition, sebab dia dah ditanam estimated lebih kurang 7 ke 8 bulan. Of course macam nak dapat DNA tu memang expected, agak sukar. Untuk dapat full profile tu lagilah sama ada mungkin boleh atau tak boleh. And then evidence yang dihantar adalah spesimen tulang. There is no living victims, tak ada suspect, and then kita tak ada apa-apa reference. And then at this point kita sedar that the routine 15 profile DNA tu just not enough, sebab kita DNA sebab comparison kan, bila kita nak compare tu kita perlukan reference, so tak ada reference kat sini. So nak kata kalau ada family members yang claim ada family members yang hilang, so tak ada pula reported sampai 100 lebih kes orang hilang di Perlis. So at this point kita fikir okay, apa yang DNA ni boleh, apa lagi yang DNA ni boleh bagi. Okay. So sekarang people talk about NGS, next generation sequencing, which is the latest I will say latest technology in DNA. Okay, and then dia ada beberapa sistem yang involved in NGS ni, tapi macam dekat Jabatan Kimia we use MySeq FGX system. Okay, dia more information compared to our normal electrophoresis, capillary electrophoresis, I will call CE results. Okay, dia akan bagi autosomal STR, dia boleh bagi X STR, Y STR, identity SNPs, phenotypic SNPs, and ancestry SNPs. And all results ni kita akan dapat in the one single run only, guna satu kit, satu method, and then sekali run kita akan dapat semua result tu. Okay, the MySeq FGX system terdiri daripada one is the forensic DNA signature prep kit untuk library preparation. Seterusnya MySeq FGX reagent kit, di mana kit ini yang kita masukkan ke dalam instrumen. And then next is the sequencing instrument. And also lastly yang penting adalah universal analysis software untuk interpret data. Okay. MySeq FGX ni dia bagi kita option actually, either kita nakkan di upper 3 tu autosomal XSCR, YSCR, and then juga identity SNPs di upper 4 tu, which is contained in a primer mix A. So dalam satu run dia boleh up to 96 sample maximum. However, if kalau kita nak more information, which is involve the phenotypic SNPs, ancestry SNPs, kita perlu guna primer B. Bila more information, of course bilangan sampel dia pun quite terhad sikit lah, 32 sampel untuk sekali run. Okay, this is the workflow for the MySeq FGX. First, it will started dengan library preparation. Kita amplify, kita perbanyakkan sampel dulu pada kawasan-kawasan tertentu menggunakan amplification kit, and then kita purify, clean up the samples, and then normalization. Ini untuk provide the optimum concentration of DNA, sebab kalau banyak sangat pun tak bagus, because it will cause overwhelm of data until mass ada information, and kalau sikit sangat pula pun lagilah tak bagus sebab kita takkan dapat good results. Okay, and all these 3 steps, it's required around 2 days punya preparation because all this done by manually. And then next, is sequence step, sequencing, it happens in the instrument. Okay, kalau tengok gambar yang tengah-tengah tu, that is the reagent yang kita akan masukkan instrumen. So sampel DNA tadi, after kita dah normalize and then kita pull the library, okay, kita akan masukkan ke dalam cartridge ni. Okay, there is a one hole nanti kita akan masukkan, and then di cartridge ni dia memang pre-filled with other reagent yang diperlukan untuk dimasukkan ke dalam instrumen tu, so kita tak perlu nak adding up lain-lain buffer. Kita masukkan cartridge ni je, and then kita masukkan flow cell and also this buffer lah untuk pergerakan samples. And then the reporting part, which is kita akan gather information, the identity information, and as well as the phenotype information. Okay, so this is how the MySeq instruments look like. Okay, and then the flow cell that I said is very important because this is where the signals of the sample on the flow cell, walaupun dia nampak kecil je, actually dia sangat kecil, dia ada satu line je kat sini, tapi kat situlah all the sequencing happen, dekat situlah juga the instrument akan capture the DNA daripada the fluorescence punya signal. Okay, then the software that I said, the forensic UAS, okay, dia akan bagi the intensity of the DNA, the results will be dia dikira by number of reads. And then this is how, okay, the left side is how the autosomal and XTR, YSTR looks like. Dia bagi, okay, XY is male, and then apa dia punya DNA dia, alil-alil dia, and then the right side is the SNPs. Okay, this is how the SNPs punya results, dia bagi O, dia bagi C, dia bagi A, atau dia bagi T, atau dia bagi G. Okay, so this is the hair or eye color SNPs, and then dia ada biogeographical ancestry SNPs. So kalau kita tengok result macam ni je, kita macam kita salah nak interpret. Okay, so this is how the software interpret for us when we click the estimation profile. Okay, first it will give the result of the hair color. So normally Malaysian akan rambut hitam lah lebih kurang. Kalau ada pun sikit brown, tapi dia tak lari lah daripada brown and black. Okay, then eye color mostly is dark brown. Walaupun hitam ke, dia akan masuk dalam kategori brown, dia consider as a dark brown. And then manufacture, dia come out with untuk yang biogeographical ancestry ni, manufacture dia come out dengan 4 global ethnic, dia kira global lah, which is ethnic American, the orange, yellow orange color, and then the African, the blue color, European, purple color, and then the green one is the East Asian. So kalau sampel dia akan nampak warna merah lah, dia bagi dot warna merah. So at this point, kita start fikir, okay, how can we adopt this technology for Malaysian? Sebab kalau dari segi hair and eye color, we look just around the same, color hitam, color brown, but maybe biogeographical ancestry ni, because kita multiracial kan, so we think that maybe this one is can be used for Malaysian population. Okay, and then we start our methodology by collecting samples from, actually we start from 30 dulu, our magic number 30 Malays, 30 Chinese and 30 Indians. Masa tu we are very strict, we filtered, kita make sure masa awal-awal kita collect sample, there is no mixed marriage. Kalau Malay tu betul-betul kita ambil yang background dia, parents dia Malay, and then kalau Chinese kita ambil yang memang family dia Chinese, and then Indian. So kita kalau macam yang ada kahwin campur-campur Chindian atau Malay Chinese tu kita macam excludekan dulu. Okay, at first we start with 30, then 90 samples to see the difference. And then after that, bila kita dah nampak pattern, and then we start to collecting some more. Okay, so before we view the results, okay, I'll give a brief lah. What is the difference between these two methods, the MySeq FGX and GS method? What is the difference? And then also our current routine lab work, we call it PCR SCR method. Okay, dia punya sample samalah. Kita gunakan FTA blood samples. Okay, so kalau the MySeq FGX, the orange color one, okay, it will start with the library preparation, which is including amplify and tag, and then enrich, purify and normalize. Okay, dia punya amplification steps je ada dua sebenarnya. First dia perbanyakkan, and then second amplify tu dia tagkan, setiap sampel tu, and then lepas tu baru purify, normalize, which is compared to conventional PCR SCR punya method. Kita from the FTA sample tu kita just add the reagent, the master mix, and then straight away goes to the thermocycler, which is it took around 2.5 hours je, compared to daripada MySeq FGX tu and GS method tu they take around 9 hours. And then this is in the instrument, the sequencing and real-time data analysis instrument. It took around 30 hours, whereas yang capillary electrophoresis, our current method, goes into genetic analyzer 3500, electrophoresis and then generation of profiles, it took around 45 minutes je. So total duration 40 jam compared to 3 jam 15 minit lebih kurang. Okay, tapi our routine work yang pada masa tu kita guna 15 losai lagi, 15 losai, dan sekarang up to 21 losai, tapi dia cuma bagi pada autosomal saja, tak ada X, tak ada Y. Okay, untuk yang X tadi ni fungsi dia adalah untuk maternal lineage, sebab kita mewarisi kromosom X, kita dapat X kita tu daripada mak, and then YSTR untuk paternal lineage. Kalau macam lelaki, kalau macam perempuan dia mewarisi X daripada mak, X daripada ayah. Untuk lelaki dia mewarisi X daripada mak. So that's why XSTR tu boleh digunakan untuk maternal lineage, dan YSCR tu untuk kegunaan untuk male samples lah, untuk daripada paternal lineage. Whereas kalau dengan MySeq ni, the information obtained lebih daripada 200 genetic markers, and including autosomal XXTR, YSCR, dan then juga SNPs. Okay, so how these results and findings for Malaysian? Okay, first kita tengok Malaysian Malay. Okay, bila kita and then the red color, the red dot is for sample. So it falls in the East Asian punya region, which is Asian kan? Okay, so next kita tengok pula Chinese. Okay, Chinese also in East Asian region, but then we have a look, there is a macam difference. Okay, like Malay tadi is more to the upper sides, whereas yang Chinese pula is more to the lower sides. Okay, both in East Asian, tapi dia punya location tu ada nampak significant difference. Whereas for the Indian they falls in at mixed American punya cluster. So dia memang different daripada Malay and Chinese tadi. So as we plot them together, we put them together, kita nampak there's a significant difference among these three major ethnic group of Malaysian. So the upper sides is Indian, and then the middle sides Malay, and then the lower side Chinese. So as a conclusion, developing our own biogeographical ancestry plot for Malaysian specific to our ethnicity, Malay, Chinese and Indian is possible via MySeq-FDX system, and this might be useful in our investigation, in our real case, especially on unidentified body. So I will special thanks to NGS team and seterusnya warga DNA forensik for the teamwork, dan juga terima kasih kepada warga Kimia yang sebelum ni ada menyumbangkan spesimen darah untuk bantu kita dalam plotting these results. So with that, I end my presentation. Thank you.
Terima kasih Puan Sharifah atas perkongsian maklumat berkenaan dengan Malaysian population, means Chinese, Malay and Indian population, plotted using MySeq-FGX, forensic genomic system. Kiranya ada soalan daripada audience, participants ataupun listeners, boleh ajukan soalan sekarang kepada Puan Sharifah. Do you have any question? It is very interesting topic indeed, Puan Sharifah. So you started with the case in where is it? In Kelantan, is it?
Perlis, Wang Kelian.
Wang Kelian kan. So what is the sorry again? Chatbox. There's a one question for you, Sharifah. I think from Cik Mazin. Thank you, Puan, and very good sharing. Just want to know if this method involves mapping and assembly process.
Okay. Of course, it involve it involve the assembly process lah, because kita gatherkan sampel kita to Malaysian, Chinese, and Indian. Okay, and then we see the plots. Okay, so where they falls. Okay, so macam okay, untuk kita at first kita gunakan plot ni lah before kita go to our unknown samples. So we see the plots of it. So kalau Indian dia jatuh dekat the upper sides, and then the Chinese at the below sides of the East Asian region, and then kalau macam Indian dia jatuh dekat the at mixed American. About the mapping, kita memang gunakan manufacturer punya reference map ni, okay. Lepas tu from this, and then bila kita dah dapat results untuk setiap sampel, and then kita start lah clusterkan dia on our own punya, macam kita start lah create kita punya ni map sendiri. Kita tak lari daripada dia punya scales tu sebab dia datang dengan scales kan, and then kita plotkan each of the samples untuk kita dapatkan plot macam ni. I hope it answers the question, or nanti kita boleh chat again for further ni lah dengan Cik Mazan.
Thank you, Puan Sharifah.
Okay, thank you, Cik Rahim. Thank you all.
And we have another question before we stop the session. from Puan Haliza Hassan, I think your friend. In your opinion, how far the NGS technology can go in Malaysia? NGS technology.
Oh, NGS technology. Okay, actually NGS is many things can be can be investigate, can be used. Many things can be studied on NGS technology. So bukan hanya sekadar untuk ni ancestry punya results, tapi sebab because of dia involve sequencing, so dia boleh pergi many more lagi. Okay, so kalau macam for forensics, kita boleh guna for this database, and then kalau for dia boleh guna juga untuk mitochondrial, so kita boleh investigate on the maternal sites. And then untuk others punya ni pun untuk others punya field pun semua boleh guna NGS juga, I believe. Just might be use a different kit lah. So kalau macam kit yang forensik is target for the human, kalau macam kit lain mungkin boleh target untuk others juga DNA, sebab setiap sampel semua ada DNA kan. Jadi because NGS is memang the present technology yang paling canggih yang ada sekarang. So kalau in the future, of course ada, memang akan semakin berkembang lah, semakin banyak lagi lah boleh kita ni gunakan.
Okay, thank you Puan Sharifah for your talk, and
okay, thank you Rahim, thank you all.
From you. Thanks again from everyone, and we go to the next session, which is will be given by Puan Li Hui Ling from Pusat Quality again, with the title Proficiency Testing as an Indicator to Improve Competency for the Laboratory Quality Management System, a case study based on preservative in cordial. Without further delay, I pass this session to Puan Ms. Li Hui Ling. Thank you.
Okay. Hi, everyone. Good morning to all. My name is Li Hui Ling. Today, I would like to present proficiency testing section to present this title with the proficiency testing as an indicator to the improved competency for the laboratory quality management system, a case study based on the preservative in cordial. This is my slide agenda. I will talk about laboratory quality management system and tell you all about the PT, definition, the benefit, and the reason, and talk about the case study, the problem, solution, and action taken, finally with the recommendation. What is the laboratory quality? Yeah. This is depends on the accuracy, how accurate the result and free from the errors, reliability, laboratory operation include the methods and equipment, defensibility, identify all the possibility of the errors, and timeliness. The product and service must be timely. Quality is not just for the interpretable, but for measurement as well. In Malaysia, we have the testing calibration laboratory and a clinical medical laboratory. So based on the testing calibration laboratory, we use ISO 17025, whereas for the critical and medical laboratories, we will refer to the WHO Laboratory Quality Management System Handbook and ISO 15189. In Malaysia, we have two types of laboratories, which is the government and the commercial. No matter which type of laboratory, whether you are using the ISO 17025 or ISO 15189, yeah, you will involve in PT as well. What is the laboratory quality assurance? Yes, this is defined as the backbone of the lab quality system. They provide a management tools within the organization. Here, you can see we have three main elements. The first one is a validated analytical method, which is we will refer to the standard method, like the APHA method, AOAC. And the second one is accreditation involving the third-party auditing. This auditing will involve internal audit and the external assessment by the certified accredited body, which in Malaysia, the CAB is the standard Malaysia. And then lastly is the participation in the PT. involvement in the certified PT provider scheme. Like you all know about it. Kimia Malaysia, we are not the first one, the chemical testing PT provider in Malaysia. What is PT? Based on the ISO 17025 and ISO 043, they have the same definition, which is evaluation of the participant performance against a pre-established criteria by the means of the inter-lab comparison. Then what is the inter-lab comparison? It's organization, performance, and the evaluation of the measurement or test on the same or similar item by 2 or more laboratory in accordance with the predetermined condition. Actually, PT and ILC is similar, but they are different. So based on ISO 17043, the type of the PT will elaborate. So we have the quantitative scheme, qualitative scheme, sequential scheme, simultaneous scheme, single occasions exercise, continuous system, sampling, and data transformation. Here, I would like to explain more about this type of the PT scheme. So if we refer to the type of expected result, we have a quantitative and a quantitative. The both type of this scheme also provided by, PT provider, Kimia PT provider. So depends on the frequency as well. We have a single occasion and a continuous. And we will differentiate the type of scheme by the distribution of the format. So we have a sequential format and we have a simultaneous format. Mostly we are using now is a simultaneous format. So for the sequential is normally for the calibration scheme. So the last one is a process. We have a pre-analytical and analytical and post-analytical scheme. So what is the benefit of the PT? The first one is validate our method. So from here, you know that your validity of the method, and you know the consistency of the personnel, and validity of the machine and the material. The measuring system include the instruments, reference material, and as well, we know about the environmental control in the laboratory. So what the reason that we are participating in PT? Here conclude the 5 reasons that we are participating in. We comply with the regulation and the standard. 8 of this laboratory accreditation, which is comply with the SAM policy ISO 17025, and some import and export regulation as well, and demonstrate the competence and meet the customer requirement. Yes, some customer request for the certain contract or the tender, they need the participation of the PT. Okay, now talk about case study. I'm choosing the FODAS 120 for this benzoic acid and sorbic acid in cordial as my case study. So for the result submission is 100%. We have 34 participants for the BA and 33 participants for the SA. So the satisfactory percentage is more than 80%. So from this scheme, I have the quantitative approach and the qualitative approach. So for the item A, we have a BA, and item B, we have a BA and SA. So for the qualitative approach, I have the item A for the SA only. But for this scheme, I will talk about this case study, I will talk about quantitative approach. So what is the preservative in cordial? We have the benzoic acid. Yeah, then we have the sorbic acid. For the preparation of the PT item, we use a commercial brand of the cordial or purchase from the retail sources. Then we use the concentration from the benzoic acid itself, unmodified, and then we spike in the known concentration of sorbic acid. This is the flow of the organization of PT scheme. From here, I want to emphasize that the lab performs the evaluation. So the PT provider will provide all the steps, the PT's item, and then the testing laboratory will go through all the process and submit the result. Then end up receive the final report from the PT provider. This is action to be taken for the lab perform evaluation. No matter the questionable or the outlier result, the lab should apply the root cause analysis if any questionable or outlier result. This one is the 3 elements, the main elements, the PT evaluation. We use the assign value. The assign value is mean that value attributed to the particular property of a PT item. Some papers declare it as a correct result. And then we use a standard deviation for the proficiency assessment, which I include here SDPA. So for this calculation of Z-score, we express the acceptable difference between the lab result and the assigned value. And the last one, we are using uncertainty. Depends on the number of the factors, the participant needs to declare the expected uncertainty with a 95% confidence level. Okay, when you receive the PT report, what are you going to do? No matter you get a satisfactory result, questionable result, or non-satisfactory result, you got to go through these rules. You got to examine the following values, which is include assigned value. You got to go through the reports and go and see that what is the assigned value that the PT provider declared. Then you got to go through the STPA. And last one is uncertainty. Yes. From here, you can see the overview of the result that I compiled here for this product 120. The assigned value for the item A, item B, for the benzoic acid and the sorbic acid, and the expanded uncertainty and the SDPA, which has a highlight in the dark blue color. So you got to refer to the statistic protocol, PT provider. You've got to make sure what is the approach they are using for the assigned value. Some will use a robust mean, some will use the arithmetic mean. But for my Kimia PT provider, we are using the algorithm A with the alteration scale to design the assigned value. Okay. Second one, SDPA. You got to refer back to the statistic protocol of the PT provider. So whether the PT provider, what kind of the SDPA they are using, is that fit for your purpose or fit for my purpose? So you got to go through that. The bigger SDPA, the smaller of the Z-score because of equation. Therefore, the better of the apparent performance of the PT round. The last one is that you got to go for this uncertainty. You got to compare your uncertainty with the PT provider uncertainty. Is that comparable? Then you will know that. What is the conclusion of your uncertainty? Okay, so for the last step that you receive the PT reports, you got to recalculate the Z-score. Recalculate the Z-score based on the PT provider assigned value and the SDPA that fit for your purpose. From here, this lab, as an example, I will use a 247 lab. You can see that the Z-score for this item B is 2.71 because they are using the PT provider SDPA, which is 13. If this lab using the 19.3, the robust deviation as an SDPA, they will come up with a satisfactory result. That's what you got to define yourself. Which SDPA should I use? Is that fit for my purpose? It's very important. It's not mean that you collect. It's not mean that you receive the final report, then you will receive the result of the Z-score. You can recalculate yourself and define your performance. Not, I mean, you got to know that this is our right. We purchase a PT, we got to fully utilize the data of the PT final report. So what is meant by the fitness of the purpose of SDPA? This I want to highlight for you all. You all got to go through this EuroChem news version of the selection, use, and interpretation of the PT scheme. So if you are free, you can ask from me for that reference. Okay. The assessment of the whether of lab result is considered satisfactory, questionable, or unsatisfactory, therefore strongly depends on the SDPA. Because the SDPA is, we can fit it for our own purpose. If you want to know more detail about this fit of purpose criteria, I can explain more if you got time. The questions of the laboratory has to answer whether SDPA has been chosen on a sound basic or whether it's fit for the lab purpose. This is much more important. You've got to know our rights. Besides the SI value, we need to know about this zeta score as well. The zeta score can help us to check the possibility of the lab measurement uncertainty estimate. Yes. From this zeta score, we know that either our uncertainty is underestimate or overestimate. So from here, I have an example to show you. This is the table, which is from the product 120. The calculation A and calculation B. Based on the calculation A, we have the result, sorry. Okay, based on the calculation A, we have the result, zeta score equal to 1.28. And the calculation B, we have the zeta score negative 4.80. This shows that the first one, the uncertainty we are getting for the calculation A is satisfactory. And then the uncertainty is well established. And then for the calculation B, you can see that the zeta score is negative 4. It means that this uncertainty is underestimated because maybe this lab did not include all the significant sources of uncertainty. Based on the ISO 17025, we need to estimate the uncertainty and evaluate the uncertainty. So we need to define all the possibility of the uncertainty. If you get the result outlier, why you get this poor performance? So here we show the 10 typical causes of the poor performance. Included the sample preparation, measurement procedure, human error, calibration, selection of the measurement procedure, calculation error, reporting problem, sample transport and storage, primary sampling, and sample tracking. So from here, you can see that the summary of the Z-score for this scheme, we have the 2 points, very obvious outlier from, that means that it's up from this chart thing. So from here, very obviously, this is a clerical error. People declare it as a 554, but this particulars are lab 254 declares a 5.01. So if he declares correctly 501, definitely will get a very satisfactory Z-score. So to avoid this error, we need to apply the good laboratory practice. Then add on the administrative proof check is very important. Yeah, you got to go through the calculation because you got to know about the theoretical error is not the technical competency. It's just a very careless mistake. You can avoid it. Okay, how about the method? From the calibration, from the result, you can go for this method performance. Result of PT, we can go for our method performance, especially at the method detection limits level. Then we got to base on the performance of characteristic and acceptance criteria. It's possibility for this calibration drift as well. So performance in the PT suggested significant systematic error and recalibration of the analytical system resolved the error. If we have the calibration drift, this is an example of that. If you compare the first standard that we prepare and the degraded standard that we have prepared, so you can see the concentration of the standard is different. So from here, to improve this error, so we need to have the standard solution prepared freshly to make sure the validity of the storage and intermediate check required. This is much more important. Intermediate check for your standard. How about machinery? So based on the machinery, we got to have the scheduled equipment maintenance that is compulsory based on the requirement of ISO 17025, especially the analytical instruments. Benzoic acid is a common analyte for this food preservative. We are using HPLC. So refer to the declaration participants. Most of these labs declared they are using 8OAC standard method, so they are using HPLC. So from here, you know that you need to maintain your HPLC by daily, weekly, monthly, quarterly, or yearly basis. So follow strictly to make sure the equipment is in good condition. Okay, so summary of this, we have the method, manpower, material, and machinery. So manpower is referred to the personnel. So the competent personnel, which is a permanent and experienced staff in a laboratory. So what those kind of the theoretical errors. And methods refer to the standard method with full validation. And acceptance criteria set specifically. This I want to mention here, acceptance criteria. It's not mean that you set the criteria plus minus 5% is for all fit for all the methods. No. Different method, different acceptance criteria. We cannot stick to the very wide range of the acceptance criteria so that everything is included. No. We've got to see a very specifically acceptance criteria to make sure our quality is achieved. The third one is material. Material is a metrological traceable reference such as a certified reference material, CRM, RM. And make sure the measurement results are traceable to the international system unit. We are using internal system of the unit, SI unit. And last one is the machinery. So what I mentioned just now, we can achieve the measurement accuracy and the measurement uncertainty required to provide the valid result. So the machinery we maintain. Conclusion here. Yeah, let's perform the evaluation after receiving the report from the PTP despite obtaining a satisfactory result. Remember, we got to use our fit for purpose SDPA. When a lab found the result in the PT scale, when not satisfactory or outlier, apply the root cause analysis. Root cause analysis, that means that you need to go for the root. You need to have a very experienced and technical person to go for this root cause analysis to allow the management to investigate area and future testing could be better. Okay. Investigate the error consistently based on the 4 main criteria. We have a manpower, method, material, and machinery. Additional operator training, the adoption of the new modified measuring techniques, data quality control improvement, or the equipment upgrade, calibration, or replacement are all options. Okay, so this is a recommendation. So for my recommendation here, we have the although we have this laboratory in the program have higher than 80%, the non-performance lab need to look into a total error, which include the random error and the systematic error, which is for the satisfactory laboratory, you need to go through, recalculate your Z-score and go for this data score calculation to make sure your uncertainty is valid. Identify all the errors and estimate the uncertainty to include in the result. Good laboratory practice must be followed to maintain a high quality result. It is encouraged that, this slide is auto, sorry. It is encouraged that all the laboratories to participate in the PT program at least once a year to improve the competency of its personnel. If possible, you can involve in the maybe twice a year up to the financial of the management system. So I want to share with you with these articles, with the right hand side, the measurement result without statement of the reliability uncertainty should not be taken seriously. Can you imagine that how important of the uncertainty we declare? So please make sure you declare the correct uncertainty, which is the PT provider asked to declare in the value format. Please declare the value format, it's not the formulation, to ask the PT provider to go and calculate for you. Okay, thank you. This is the thank you slide. So if you want to download the final report of this product 120, you can go to the My Kimia PTP online system. Lastly, I would like to share with you all, I have this paper published with the help of my supervisor. Yeah, I'm currently on study leave. My supervisor is Muhammad Sukri Hassan from USIM, and my ex-boss is Kedua Abdul. Thank you to them for providing me this opportunity and come up with this paper. Any questions? Me, Lee Hui-Ling from the TT section. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Hui-Ling, for your very insight information on the proficiency testing. I think it's very good guide for those who are in the laboratory. So I think we are slightly exceeding schedule time, so we'll continue. Is there any question for her? You should be email her.
Yeah, it's okay.
Yeah, all right. Sorry for that.
Okay, it's okay.
So we'll go to the final 2 presentation from Jabatan Kimia Johor, Mr. Surendran Anak Lelaki Rama, with the title Penentuan Acronitril dalam Udara menggunakan teknik chromatography gas, determination of acronitril in air by using gas chromatography technique. So I'll pass it to Mr. Surendran for your presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Moderator. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, it's clear. Can you see my slides?
Yes, the title.
Okay, all right. Very good morning, and also we're going to reach noon, so good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Moderator in Rahim. I'm Surendran Rama from Kimia Johor. Today I'm going to talk about acrylonitrile, and today I'll be giving an overview of what is acrylonitrile, the application of acrylonitrile, acrylonitrile as a pollutant, and my main topic is analysis of acrylonitrile and future analysis about what other VOCs. So acrylonitrile, the silent killer. Okay, what is acrylonitrile? Acrylonitrile actually is an organic compound is actually a VOC, volatile organic compound, with the formula molecule C3H3N, and it's a colorless volatile liquid, but sometimes it can be in a pale color, a pale yellow liquid. Okay, and it actually is a very pungent odor, and actually it consists of a vinyl group attached and linked to a nitrile group. Okay, other name for acrylonitrile is actually a cyanoethene, 2-propene-nitrile, and butyl cyanide. Okay, how acrylonitrile existed? All right, so this is the person who a reason for acrylonitrile existed in our world. So his name is Charles Moreau. He's a French chemist and a pharmacist. He synthesized acrylonitrile by catalytic ammoxidation of propylene. Okay, why acrylonitrile? All right. Okay, so acrylonitrile have a lot of application. So we can be used acrylonitrile in acrylic fibers, nitrile rubbers, as ABS is actually acrylonitrile butene dienestyrene. It's actually a resin, and also acrylamide. So acrylic fibers actually are synthetic fibers, are used in textile industries and also microplastic. And acrylonitrile butadiene resin actually are used as thermoplastic polymer in most of the electrical appliances, piping system, and also automotive industry. And another one more major thing is nitrile rubber. Nitrile rubber actually is very close to us. Most of the science field, they use nitrile gloves. So most of the nitrile gloves are actually produced by using acrylonitrile. So there's a wide range of application for acrylonitrile in industrial area. Okay, world consumption of acrylonitrile in 2018, you can see actually Asia continent actually wins against Europe continent, where they use a lot of acrylonitrile. And in 2019, you can see Asia region again using a lot of acrylonitrile in production of products, and most of it is domestic usage product, and also in industrial areas. And why actually Asia become the major source of waste production of acrylonitrile? You should see that actually a lot of plastic and rubber industries are actually available in Asian region, and of course it's for this cheap labor in Asia, and as well as a lot of abundance of resources in Asia. And if you see the pie chart, you can see Asia actually consumes a lot of acrylonitrile. So when you consume a lot of this acrylonitrile, of course you'll produce a lot of waste. So we have a lot of questions actually. How far we are updated with actually the latest air monitoring system, and how fast we can detect acrylonitrile, and how fast we can react to eradicate these problems. And also we have a lot of questions, how far we are aware, we have the awareness against this acrylonitrile and its other VOCs as well. So these questions to be asked, and all of us should ask this question, because nowadays a lot of VOCs are being released to the environment and causing a lot of crises. Okay, how does acrylonitrile affects the environment? Of course, first is illegal dumping, and of course you can see here in 2019 there was a major heat in Malaysia, especially in Johor region state. In Pasir Gudang, there was illegal dumping where they dumped a lot of industrial waste. It's not only one-time illegal dumping; it was an accumulation of a long period of time, and causes a lot of VOCs being actually released to the environment. Another one more ways that acrylonitrile can go to the environment, of course, industrial air pollution is from the chimney, and also combustion or incomplete combustion of any pyrolysis or any manufacturing industries can release these pollutants to the environment. Okay, so real case scenario. You can see here in 2019, there was a huge crisis happened in Pasir Gudang where actually bomber actually detected hydrogen cyanide. Hydrogen cyanide actually comes together with acrylonitrile. Where acrylonitrile is being used in any pyrolysis or any manufacturing, hydrogen cyanide can be also released. So it comes together. Certain gas detector cannot detect acrylonitrile, so they can detect hydrogen cyanide to could be the possibility of existence of acrylonitrile in the environment. So you can see here, actually they reported 4.5 ppm, and it's quite high actually for us to get exposed to such pollutant. Another case was actually in Pasir Gudang as well in 2019, where the report has stated that the type of VOCs found in that area was actually very high, and especially you can see here acrylonitrile was 7.3 ppm. It's very, very high. So actually, how are we going to eradicate this problem. That time it was a huge chaos among a lot of authorities and enforcement bodies, and also a lot of chemists working together to eradicate this problem. So what happened when effect of air pollution, especially with acrylonitrile and also other VOCs, what happened, of course, we feel nauseatic, vomiting, skin irritation, eye irritation, shortness of breath, and mostly affected school areas. And a lot of students and teachers are affected badly during that time. So toxicity of acrylonitrile. So acrylonitrile is very volatile and also it's a very flammable liquid. Causes eye irritation, skin irritation, and also can cause cancer and also a lot of lung cancer, especially. And also is a toxic to aquatic life for long-lasting effect. So according to OSHA, the legal airborne permissible exposure limit for acrylonitrile is 2 ppm average over an 8-hour working shift and 10 ppm not to be exceeded during any 15 minutes per period. And from NIOSH, recommended airborne exposure limit is 1 ppm average over 10 hours working shift and 10 ppm not to be exceeded during any 15 minutes per period. This is mostly on industrial-based study. So in terms of in public area, we have not reached any conclusion on how much actually is the exposure limit. So we're still based on OSHA and NIOSH. Okay, how to detect acrylonitrile and other VOCs? So for example, we have a multi-gas detector. So this multi-gas detector can detect way up to 5 or 6 types of gas or VOCs, and they will show the level of VOCs at that particular area, at that particular time, and that particular weather condition. And also another thing, we have GasMat with a portable FAR gas analyzer. So this one also is very helpful. You can show what type of VOCs available in that particular area. Okay, so since we have this issue, so we have air monitoring team was actually formed that time, and Jabatan Kimia Malaysia Negeri Johor collaborated with Jabatan Kimia Petaling Jaya with DOE and Bomba. We have actually a team that monitored this volatile organic compound, especially we are focusing on VOCs that we have mentioned just now, and acrylonitrile, one of the main pollutant that time. So they have come up with a study that they have collected actually the sample, which is an air sample. They collected using a polypropylene air container bag. You can see here, and they have handed over to Jabatan Kimia Malaysia Negeri Johor. And that time it was a very short period of time for us to set up a method using an instrumentation, find the method, the standards, and all these things. So the time constraint was actually hitting us that time. So what happened was we have to come up with a method to assess this problem. So we have actually come up and developed this determination of acrylonitrile in air by gas chromatography. So this method, HJ method 679201, actually given by Agilent Technologies. They have helped us personally on this thing, and we have come up with this method using GCFID. At that particular time, we did not have GCMS available for other available for this analysis because they were using for other analysis. So the chemical that we used was acrylonitrile, AR grade. Sorry, we couldn't find any CRM at that particular time, so we have to use it as a standard. And we're using a DB wax column and headspace manual injection technique. So headspace manual injection technique, as you all know, we heat up the sample and then we transfer the volatile organic compound through a headspace syringe and inject it to the GC. Okay, so this is the standard, which is the AR grade standard. Okay, it's a very low purity. We have injected 100 microliter acrylonitrile, injected 10 times, stopping retention time range. If you could see here, the retention time range is very wide. It's not very rigid, it's very wide. So it could be due to the purity of the standard. So we have decided to do a qualitative analysis instead of quantitative analysis. So the first sample of air monitoring we managed to run, and we detected no acrylonitrile in that chromatogram. You can see here. And again, the second sample was the same. We could not detect any acrylonitrile. So what's next for us? Well, how are we going to prove that this method actually works? So we started to study a little bit more using a pyrolysis sample which was collected from the Sungai Kim Kim crisis. And then we managed to do the same technique and found there's a very minimal and a small peak of acrylonitrile were detected. So this method actually works, and it can be actually established more and optimize it with proper instrumentation, method validation and verification, and as well as using a proper CRM for us to establish a calibration curve and so on. So there were factors affecting this analysis that time, obviously, because you can see how how the situation was in the crisis. Of course, the weathering impact was the main reason for the sample to be collected. It could be a rainy day, it could be a windy day, or it could be a sunny day. So it differs the amount of VOCs available in that particular area. So another thing comes is the sampling technique. Sampling technique is very important in terms of air monitoring, because sampling technique actually traps the air or the VOCs and is actually contained in a proper sampling container, and then we have to transport it to the laboratory to run the analysis. So this also plays a major role. If you can see, they only trap the VOC inside the polypropylene bag. It could also be a reason where it is being released out, because the duration of sampling and also they sent us the sample was actually about 6 hours difference. And then method and instrumentation. Of course, we have to run a proper method verification, validation, data is needed for us to support, and also we need a proper instrumentation, and all these things actually was a constraint that time. So we tried our level best to run the analysis with what we have time. And of course, major thing is actually CRM. We need a high purity acrylonitrile for us to plot calibration graph, and then we can quantitate at least the amount of acrylonitrile in the samples. Okay, so since I was talking about the proper sampling technique, okay, there's a lot of so there's two proper sampling techniques available actually, according to Environmental Protection Agency, EPA. We have TO15 and TO17A, which we use canister and sorbent tube. So what is canister? Canister is actually a cylindrical shaped container, a stainless steel container, which can actually store pressurized air, also can trap air into the container. And then we can transfer it to a GC, and then we can run analysis. And sorbent tube actually is charcoal. There's two types of sorbent tubes. One is charcoal sorbent tubes, and another one is actually silica gel activated tubes. So charcoal tubes we use for non-polar compounds, VOC compounds, and for polar compounds we use activated silica gel. Okay, so how do we do the outdoor sampling actually? So all of us actually still in the early stage of outdoor sampling. So actually we have to place this is called canister. We have to place the canister in an area that's suspected it has high content of VOCs, and then we will collect the samples depending on your application, whether you want to collect it 1 hour, 2 hours, or the whole day or the whole week, depending on the capacity of the canister. So then we bring back the canister, and then we try to heat up, and then we try to transfer the VOCs through the line to the GC. Okay, so these canisters, once we bring canisters or sorbent tubes to bring back to laboratory, we have to use this particular specific GCMS ATD. It's a new gas chromatography auto sampler HPH unit coupled with thermal desorption unit. 2 units available in Malaysia, one in Jabatan Kimia Putrajaya, another one is available in Jabatan Kimia Negeri Johor. So we are still in the early stage of analysis. So we are trying to establish a method using this instrumentation and also the proper sampling techniques. So we can use this GCMS ATD to run the sample. So this is the picture of the GCMS, and this is the ATD, the thermal desorption unit. This is the sorbent tubes. You can see, you can place it, will heat up, and then you'll transfer the line to the GCMS, and then you can run the sample and you can see the results. Okay, for future analysis, we are actually focusing on acrolein as well. For now, we are still doing the study on acrylonitrile because we still haven't developed the full method. We're still under verification and validation. So we are going to also extend to acrolein because acrylonitrile and acrolein comes together. They are more like a twins. So once acrylonitrile is available, acrolein as well will be available in that area. So we want to expand more on acrolein as well because it is also being it's actually highly used in biocide and also production of acrylic acid. So this is our next upcoming so-called project. So maybe we have a Konvensyen Kimia sesi 2 or say second session. Maybe we can actually present more on this. Okay, environmental pollution is an incurable disease. It can only be prevented. So thank you very much. If you have any inquiries, you can actually email to me. And also thank you to all the Urussetia of Konvensyen Kimia, and also thank you to Puan Siti Zubaida from Johor, who assisted me a lot in this project, and as well as my pengarah, Puan Norizan, also helped us a lot in this Konvensyen Kimia. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Surendran, on your interesting topic of the acrylonitrile in air. Right. Maybe we have one question for him.
Hello, Mr. Surendran.
Yes.
This is Nazaruddin. I just want to know whether you have established the baseline reading for acrylonitrile in Pasir Gudang. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nazaruddin. Actually, we are still in the study because currently we are still establishing the technique. Currently, we have tested, we have purchased actually CRM, and we tested, and then we managed to get a calibration draft for now. But for Pasir Gudang, we still haven't, because we need to collaborate with enforcement bodies or other universities for us to get the sampling, the samples. So for now, we are still in the early stage. So we are now actually trying to establish the calibration graph, and also try to optimize the instrument and all that.
Because if you want to get the sample, the reading, you can do it by yourself. I mean, just pick one point, let's say the open stadium of Pasir Gudang, and then take the reading, do the sampling there. And then
we are planning to do that, because due to now the pandemic and all that, we are still delaying on that. But we are planning to do, because we have the canister, we have the sorbent tube, so we are focusing on that as well.
Surendran.
Yes, Tuan KP. Yes, Tuan KP.
Nak tanya you, sampling udara you dah pakai our canister?
Setakat ni kita belum start guna sebenarnya, sebab kita masih ada training. Instrumentation training was going on, then kita ada delay on the training as well, so kita separuh saja, Tuan. Tapi kita dah plan untuk schedule lah nak buat complete training, and then we want to go outside and do sampling especially in the Pasir Gudang area, so that we can have see the trend of the VOCs at that area.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Tuan KP.
Thank you, Mr. Surendran. I think we have another question. Can I open one question for him? Why chromatography for this analyte? No other analytical method. This is from Mr. Rashidi Abdul Manap.
Okay, so chromatography is actually a very good technique to separate a lot of components, so especially organic compounds. So that is the best technique that we have now. Wherever you go, if there's an EP technique, TO15 and TO17A is the one, the latest that we have to actually analyze these VOCs, because they are organic compounds, you see. So we can really study detail and more detail on these VOCs through chromatographic technique. It's a good separation technique. It's being used worldwide.
Thank you, Mrs. Prini, for your answer. I think we come to the end of your presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Yeah, okay. Good luck to you. We'll go to the final presentation given by Puan Nur Majida Aliyah binti Nasib from Forensic Division, Forensic HQ, with the title Synthesis of Methcatinone for New Designer Drug Identification. Without further ado, please, Puan Nur Majida.
Right, thank you, Encik Rahim, for the introduction. Assalamualaikum and good afternoon. As the last presenter for today, I'll be sharing on the synthesis of methcatinone for new designer drug identification. I'll be covering on the introductions, the materials and apparatus used in the synthesis, the reaction skills, the sample preparation, the synthesis result, as well as the roles of the profiles in identifications of new designer drugs. So before we proceed further, I would like to introduce to methcatinone. So what is methcatinone? Methcatinone is actually a method derivative of catenones, and catenone is an active ingredient of the cat plants that grows naturally in East African and Arabian Peninsula. Local people in the area usually chew this young cut leaf to get the desired effect. Methcatinone is a psychoactive substance used as recreational drugs and exhibit similar effects to methamphetamine. Besides methcatinone, it's also called ephedrons, and its street name includes cat, chaff, melca, kid, and medcat, among many others. Use of methcatinone will give a sense of euphoric effect to its user, and it will also increase alertness, decrease appetite, reduce fatigue. And these are the desired effects. So, negative effects or implications from prolonged use of methcatinones have been reported to include slurred speech, risk of stroke or heart attack, psychosis, Parkinsonism in some cases, as well as death if overdosed. Route of applications the user used to take methcatinones include snorting through their nose, smoke, injection, or taken orally by mixing the drug with beverages. Methcatinone can be easily produced by mixing the oxidizing agent and the precursor, where the oxidizing agent is usually either permanganate or dichromate, and the precursor is usually either ephedrine or pseudoephedrine. Literature done by Cunningham stated that synthetic catinone can be easily prepared in underground kitchen laboratory by using only commercial chemicals, kitchen salts, as well as pharmaceutical drugs that are readily available on the counter in the pharmacies. Methcatinone exhibits similar effects to methamphetamine drug, but is more potent. From the chemical structures on the top right, you can see that both ephedrines and pseudoephedrines can be used to produce methcatinone and methamphetamine drugs. The only difference is that in order to produce methcatinones, the starting material needs to go through oxidation reactions, while in order to produce methamphetamine, it has to go through reduction process. Methcatinone structure can exist in two forms of isomer, which are S-methcatinone and R-methcatinones. And the difference in these isomer gives significant difference in effects and toxicity. And it is reported that S-methcatinone is more potent than R-methcatinones. Methcatinone structure can be modified, and it can give rise to other designer drugs under the synthetic catenones, and these slight modifications allow manufacturers to surpass legislations around the world. Methcatinone and its analogues has been outlawed in many countries through suitable paragraph in the Controlled Substance Act. As for Malaysia, methcatinone has been listed under the first schedule of Dangerous Drug Act 1952. For the materials and apparatus, these are the list of materials and apparatus that are used for this project. And for the oxidizing agent, I use potassium dichromate. As for the precursor, I use pseudoephedrine that was obtained from a KISS lab samples. The reaction scales, there are two reaction scales, which are A and B, where B is, we increase the amount double to from the reaction scale A, and these two scales is used, is applied for both sodium dichromate mixture in table 1 and pseudoephedrine mixture in table 2. For sample preparations, there are two simple sample preparations that needs to be done prior to synthesis, which are dissolving the potassium dichromate in a mixture of concentrated sulfuric acid and water, which is the materials in table 1, and also dissolving the pseudoephedrines that was obtained from case lab samples in the mixture of concentrated sulfuric acid and water, which are the materials in the table 2. For the synthesis part, the synthesis were done under two conditions. One is under room temperature, and the other one is under ice cold environment, and it includes 3 phases. The phase 1 include the sample preparation, where I identify the nature of the starting material, where the potassium dichromate and pseudoephedrine both dissolve in separate acidic solutions. And in phase 2, I examine the chosen starting materials. In this phase, mixture 1, which is the potassium dichromate, is slowly added dropwise into mixture 2, which is the pseudoephedrine mixture. The mixture was added dropwise while stirring. And then after the addition is complete, the mixture was left to stir for about 4 to 5 hours. After stirring, we classified the mixture to pH 11 using sodium hydroxide, and the basified mixture is then extracted using chloroform. And after the extraction, the sorting process, where a mixture of isopropanol and hydrochloric acid is added dropwise slowly into the extracted mixture. And then the samples are then let dry under the fume hood to crystallize. For phase 3, it mainly includes the instrumental analysis, where the end product, which is the crystallized methcatinone, as well as samples from the extracted mixture and the salted mixture are sent for GCMS. These are the changes observed during the synthesis. Photos 1A to 1C are the reactions going under the ice cold environments. The 2A and 2B is done under room temperature. So while this stirring process is going on, color changes is observed, where a clear bright orange can be seen turn into a dark orange and eventually dark browns. And then after we specify the mixture, the dark brown mixture turns to a murky yellow color. And then after the extraction, the murky yellow mixture turns to a light yellow color as in picture 3. And the picture number 4 is the crystallized end product. As for the results, 3 samples were sent for GCMS. 1E is the extracted mixture, 1S is the mixture after the salting process, and 1K is the end product, which is the crystals. Okay, from the reaction scale A, we can see that all 3 samples that was done under room temperatures have pseudoephedrines, and there is no methcatinone detected, while for synthesis done under ice cold environment, we can see that there is methcatinone detected in in all 3 samples, the extracted sample, salted sample, as well as in the crystal form. Alongside with the methcatinone, other compounds also were detected throughout the synthesis, which are 3,4-dimethylmethcatinones, 1,2-dimethyl-3-phenylazoridine, 2,3-methylene-dimethylmethcatinone, which are the intermediates. For reaction scale B, which is double the amount from the reaction scale A, we can see that methcatinone is detected in extracted and salted sample, but not in the crystal form. For the synthesis that was done in room temperature, this could be because of the probability that methcatinone metabolized through the reduction process, giving out pseudoephedrine and ephedrines as the main metabolites at the end. As for the synthesis that was done under ice cold condition, it gives a more promising result, where methcatinones were detected in all 3 samples. And how does the synthesized methcatinone profile helps in the identifications of new designer drugs? Okay, from information from the established profile help form the basis of strategic and tactical intelligence, which can be used by law enforcement to assist in the disruptions of drug trafficking and drug identifications. Physical profile information of the drugs helps identify and differentiate one group of drugs to another drugs. Drugs manufacturer often use different packagings or different labels on their drug package to differentiate between one another. So this could be the basis of information to identify between the manufacturer. In terms of the crystal condition itself, if we receive very nice clear white crystals, that could give us an indication that that particular drug was produced by someone professional or someone with a chemistry background. And if we receive crystals that is a bit yellowish or brownish, that could give us an indication that that particular drug is probably being manufactured by someone with no chemistry background and is just following manual recipe. It can also link to drug activity by drug structure and its synthesis route. So for these points, I would like to share back my result from the reaction scale B. Okay, let's say if there is a clandestine laboratory using a synthesis method done under the room temperature, and we obtain samples from that clandestine laboratory. From the results that we got, even if we don't have any crystal end product at that clandestine lab, we can still have the idea that that particular lab is attempting to manufacture methcatinone from the extracted and the salted results. And from the crystal results, it can also give us indications that the precursor that is being used to manufacture this methcatinone is either ephedrine or pseudoephedrine. And in some cases, if the oxidizing agent used is potassium dichromate, there will be traces of manganese in the samples throughout the synthesis. And the chemical properties also can help identify origins, as it is assumed that different clandestine laboratories present pronounced variation between the drugs produced. This is because different drug manufacturers often use different kinds of materials, different kinds of solvents, and different kinds of apparatus that give rise to different solvents, impurities, and intermediates. And these differences can serve as a unique profiles to that particular drugs and manufacturers. And this information is very helpful for the law information to help in identifications and analysis. And with the established drug profiles, we can also use it to relate to real-time drug investigation by comparing the samples that we have with the data that has been established. As for the reported case of methcatinone, there is no reported case of methcatinone in Malaysia, but there are cases reported in China in 2015 and 2018. While in February 2021, there are 25 kg of mephedrone, so synthetic cathinone, is being seized in India. The figure on the right is the data from UNODC 2020. You can see that there are an increasing trend of NPS from 2009 to 2019 in terms of number and types of groups. So this means that new drugs are emerging, increasingly emerging each year worldwide. So by having a drug profile established, it can really help with the investigations and analysis as well as identifications of drugs. As for the conclusions from the results, we can say that the reaction scale B, which is double the amount from the reaction scale A, gives better yield of methcatenon, while the synthesis conditions that was done in ice cold environment gives better yields of methcatenons compared to the one done in the room temperatures. For recommendations, I would like to recommend that for future project, the synthesis needs to be done in larger amount in a controlled cold environment, and to improve study on the use of clandestine laboratory sample as source of precursor, as there are little literature review in this part, as many literature review are more focusing on the pharmaceutical products as a precursor. I would like to take this opportunity to thank my narcotic teams, all the LAs, EOs, chemists, as well as director in helping me complete this project. And special thanks to my supervisor, Dr. Saravana and Dr. Rosma Haidar, for their times and guidance in helping me complete this project. These are the references that I've used. And with that, I end my presentation. Thank you. Do you have any questions?
Thank you, Puan Nur Majidah. I think for your sharing lower. We have one question. We can only allow one question here because we're running out of time. From Mr. Rashidi Abdul Manap, did you observe different types of crystals such as color, shapes, and size upon the completion of your MMC synthesis?
Yes, to answer that question, I did observe the end product of the crystals. There are crystals that there are the synthesis that I've done where the crystals are a bit yellowish, and there are crystals that that I've done which is very clear in white color. So the yellowish crystal is probably because of the it's because of burn during the synthesis process. I hope that answered the questions.
Thank you, Puan Nur Majidah. I think we come to the end of the last presentation. Thank you again, Puan Nur Majidah.
Thank you.
Right. So again, from organizer, we'd like to thank everybody who are listening from morning to now, and then we also like to thank all the all the 10 presenters for today, for sharing their work and their studies. So I'll pass this session to Rusdia untuk sesi perasmian penutup Konvensyen Kimia 2021. Sekian, terima kasih.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh dan salam sejahtera. Yang berusaha Tuan Haji Muhammad Zaini bin Abdul Rahman, Ketua Pengarah Kimia Malaysia. Yang berbahagia di sisi bersara Datuk Dr. Yu Chong Hui, Presiden Pertubuhan Sains Forensik Malaysia FSSM. Yang berusaha Puan Halimah binti Abdul Rahim, Timbalan Ketua Pengarah Dasar Kimia Malaysia. Yang berusaha Puan Rusnah binti Rohani, Timbalan Ketua Pengarah Operasi Kimia Malaysia. Yang berusaha pengarah-pengarah kanan, pengarah-pengarah bahagian, pengarah-pengarah negeri dan cawangan Kimia Malaysia. Yang dihormati tuan-tuan dan puan-puan hadirin sekalian. Dengan berakhirnya sesi pembentangan sebentar tadi, maka konvensyen ini telah sampai ke penghujungnya. Oleh yang demikian, saya ingin menjemput Yang Berusaha Tuan Haji Muhammad Zaini bin Abdul Rahman, Ketua Pengarah Kimia Malaysia, bagi menyempurnakan Majlis Perasmian Penutup Konvensyen Kimia 2021. Dengan segala hormatnya, dipersilakan.
Terima kasih kepada saudari pengacara majlis. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Yang bahagia Timbalan Pusudaya Polis Bersara, Datuk Dr. Yu Chong Hui, Presiden Pusat Pertubuhan Forensik Sains Malaysia, Yang Berhormat Puan Halimah binti Abdul Rahim, Timbalan Ketua Pengarah Dasar Kimia Malaysia, Yang Berhormat Puan Rusnah binti Rohani, Timbalan Ketua Pengarah Operasi Kimia Malaysia, Yang Berhormat Cik Muhammad Jamadi bin Majidi, Pengarah Kanan Pusat Pengurusan Kualiti, merangkap pengurusi jawatankuasa Konvensyen Kimia 2021 ini. Pengarah-pengarah kanan Pusat Analisis, pengarah-pengarah bahagian negeri dan cawangan, serta tuan-tuan dan puan-puan yang saya hormati sekalian. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi taala wabarakatuh dan salam sejahtera. Alhamdulillah, Konvensyen Kimia ini telah sampai ke penghujungnya dan saya gembira ianya dapat dijayakan juga. Ucapan tahniah dan syabas saya tujukan kepada jawatankuasa induk Konvensyen Kimia 2021 serta penganjur bersama, iaitu Pertubuhan Forensik Sains Forensik Malaysia atas penganjuran ini. Dan dilupakan kepada bahagian pengurusan kualiti dan inovasi yang menjadi penggerak utama di belakang tabir. Sesungguhnya sumbangan tuan-tuan dan puan-puan amat bermakna dalam usaha bagi kejayaan konvensyen kita tahun ini. Saya juga ambil kesempatan ini merakam ucapan penghargaan kepada Yang Berbahagia Prof. Dr. Muhammad Basharuddin bin Abdul Rahman, Dekan Fakulti Sains UPM, yang telah menyampaikan ucap tama beliau semalam. Perkongsian pengalaman yang bagi Prof sesungguhnya membuka mata kita semua dengan idea-idea baru bagi kerjasama strategik antara Kimia Malaysia dan UPM di masa akan datang. Tuan-tuan dan puan-puan yang saya hormati sekalian, Konvensyen 2 hari ini telah berjaya mengetengahkan 18 pembentang yang terdiri dari pegawai, kimia pejabat dan kimia negeri dalam membentangkan hasil kajian dan dapatan terkini dalam pelbagai bidang forensik, alam sekitar, actually environmental forensik, halal, mikrobiologi dan kualiti. Jadi pada saya kebanyakannya ada kaitan juga dengan forensik. Syabas dan tahniah diucapkan pada semua pembentang yang telah mengambil bahagian. Saya percaya ada lagi pegawai-pegawai kita yang ingin membentang bertas kerja mereka dan kajian masing-masing. Mungkin kita boleh adakan masa akan datang, tahun depan. Saya gembira kerana kita berjaya buktikan bahawa Kimia Malaysia bukan saja sebuah jabatan yang memberi perkhidmatan saintifik, malah kita juga dapat jalankan penyelidikan setaraf dengan institusi penyelidikan negara yang lain. Harapan saya agar Konvensyen Kimia 2021 ini mencapai objektif penganjurannya dan tuan dan puan-puan juga telah mendapat ilmu pengetahuan tambahan hasil perkongsian ilmu selama 2 hari ini. Namun besar lagi harapan saya agar konvensyen ini di masa akan datang diperluaskan. Bukan hanya pembentang dari Kimia Malaysia, tetapi diperlawas sekali pembentang-pembentang dari lain-lain jabatan, lain-lain agensi, institusi pengajian tinggi, awam, swasta dan juga pihak swasta sendiri. Terutama yang mempunyai ahli-ahli FSSM atau yang mempunyai kepentingan bersama. Ini lebih bermakna kerana perkongsian ilmu itu turut mencakupi lain-lain bidang di luar Kimia Malaysia. Dan yang lebih mustahak adalah jaringan kerjasama strategik antara jabatan, agensi, IPT dan juga pihak swasta. Suka saya ingatkan satu quotation, satu quote. If you want to go fast, you go alone. But if you want to go far, you go with others. Ya, jadi kalau kita masih buat konvensyen dalam kimia, ya kita berjaya. Tapi saya rasa macam syok sendirilah dalam kimia saja. So I hope di masa akan datang we should open up, OSHAP, and buat bersama dengan FSSM. Ya. So we can go further, dan juga jaringan kita, networking dengan lain-lain jabatan agensi, semua kita lebih luas. So dengan itu sekali lagi ucapan syabas dan tahniah kepada semua yang terlibat dalam jayakan program kita ini, sama ada secara langsung atau tak langsung. Semoga ianya dapat diteruskan lagi lah seperti yang saya harapkan. Yang ini secara rasminya saya menutup Konvensyen Kimia 2021. Sekian, wabillahi taufiq wa hidayah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Terima kasih.
Jutaan terima kasih diucapkan kepada Yang Berusaha Tuan Haji Muhammad Zaini bin Abdul Rahman, Ketua Pengarah Kimia Malaysia, di atas ucapan perasmian penutup Konvensyen Kimia 2021 sebentar tadi. Sebelum majlis melabuhkan tirai, dimohon hadirin untuk menghidupkan kamera masing-masing bagi sesi bergambar. Baiklah, terima kasih diucapkan kepada semua hadirin. Dengan ini berakhirlah sudah majlis kita pada hari ini. Sehingga berjumpa lagi di Konvensyen Kimia yang akan datang. Sekian, salam hormat, lindung diri, lindung semua. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Terima kasih Rustia.
Terima kasih Rustia dan semua yang hadir atas hadiah semua. Assalamualaikum.